Welcome back, back to the cafe. We are jumping back into a pond of stuff we haven't been in quite a while, folks. Welcome back to the University of Idaho murders case. We're going to be talking about some things. We're going to have a guest today. Sarge Friday is going to be joining us. It's been a while since we've seen and talked with him. We're going to be talking through some things within the documents. There's a lot of documents since the last time we've talked about them. And I may open it up and see what we got going on and everybody's opinions and thoughts and theories on this. So thank you for once again for joining us. I hope you're all having a great day. That being said, let's do this thing. All right. Welcome back, everybody. What a long day. I see some faces in here I haven't seen in a while. Wonderful to see you all. And welcome, Sergeant Friday. How are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
I'm good. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
It's good to hear your voice. It's been a while.
Oh, it's been a minute, hasn't it?
It is. It has. I hope you're doing well.
A lot has happened on a lot of fronts and all things in life. So
Yes. I'm glad you're doing good. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah. Good to see you out here. I don't even know what to say. It is. It's nice to be alive in 2025. Who'd have thought we'd have made that, right?
Amen to that one.
No,
Yes, sir. We've always had good conversations about this case here for sure. And there's always something interesting to look. Well, when it comes out, it's always good to talk about it. Absolutely. Doodlebug, by the way, told me to tell you hello. And
hello. Doodle.
She's raising your mini-me at home. She says whenever he acts up, she says, calm down, Sarge. She's got a child at home that is very much like you with the
that's awesome, man.
Literalness and all that. Preston, he's awesome, though. He's a good kid. So anyway.
The world can only be better off if there's more of me.
Multiplicity, sir. Multiplicity. How about that? Yes.
There's no ego in me. I mean, I'm just completely humble.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly right.
Let's see. Let me find all these people in here real quick. Cockney, congratulations. 3 months. It's awesome. Jeffrey H, welcome back. Moonlit Baby Midwest. Kel, a convict's thoughts with AR. Good to see you. Tandy Powell, welcome. Miss Sherry Wisdom Speaks, welcome back to you. Mama Bear's in the chat as well. There's the troublemaker, she said. We love Sarge. Dane Crawford's here. There's the Doodlebug right there. She said that Preston says the same thing. That's the one she's talking about. Let's see here. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable, Midwest. Miss JC Ann, hello. Good to see you. Miss Brandy B, good to have you back. The Blue Crew, thank you guys for joining us today. Miss Taylor, welcome back to you. Moonlit Baby, I think I said that already, but you get it twice. Shit, hold on a minute. Miss Stormy, welcome back to you, dear. Good to see you today. Of course, Miss Sherry, I think I said it. Penn Dizzy, hello. Lisa Wilson, welcome back to you. I think Kel, hello. Dane Crawford. I think I got all you guys. I probably said a couple of you twice. Grinchley, hello and welcome to you. All right. So, again, welcome, Sergeant Friday. Appreciate you joining me tonight. Yeah, last night I got sent a little bit of a document with some stuff circled. We looked at it and I said, well, guess we're going to have to have a show on this because I like having these conversations with Sarge. Very intellectual and intelligent conversations that we have had about.
I don't know about that. Let's not go too far. I mean,
Oh, well, this case, since it started, you know what I mean? It's always been interesting.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, and it's why it's kind of nice to come back on the show, because the first time I ever spoke openly on a YouTube stream that belonged to somebody was yours.
Yeah, it was.
Right when all of this started in February of 2023.
2020, yeah.
But I started coming around in here in January and talking in the chat room.
Yep. It took you a little less than a month to get up here, and yeah, absolutely.
And I find it almost amazing that all this time now, my statement that PCA was exculpatory. It's just so much been validated in the course of the time that's passed, especially when you see the motions and you listen to the responses from the police on the stand, and when you see what we've seen with them knowing that the car at that house was an 11 to 13 and not the 14 to 16 belonging to Brian.
Yep.
So when you look back at the case now, there's much we may not know. But one thing that I've said over and over again is the one thing we do know is that if Bryankohberger did it, he didn't do it the way the cops have outlined in their accusations. Not even close.
That seems to be. It does seem to be. There's a document. I'm trying to pull it right now, sir. Give me one moment here.
Sure.
Oh, it was dropped in November. And I guess we can start with that one, and then we'll jump to the one that you had sent me and circled and talk about that too. But this one, I didn't have time really to go through this then because I've been running a bunch of other stuff. But this, where's it at? And it's very...
Am I being heard, or is it too quiet?
Oh, no, they can hear you. I hear you. So Tomboy said she can hardly hear you, so maybe you need to turn up a little bit then. I hear you clearly, but let me check it. I can maybe turn it up a little bit here. Let me see.
I turned my mic up a little. Maybe that would help.
There we go. How's that, Tomboy? Is that any better? Go ahead and say something, Sarge. Let's see if she can.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I was waiting for Tomboy. I'm staring at the chat room like a moron.
Yeah. Candy said yes. Okay, good.
Okay. All right. Excellent. So why you put that up? Let me just say, like, early on, I was trying to look for guilt or innocence, but as I paid more attention to this and got reminded of all the chaos I had when I was on the internet with politics, and then realizing how our justice system is supposed to work, that I don't have the capacity to determine guilt or innocent as far as the accused. And as a citizen of this country with this justice system, my responsibility is to see that there are people that represent us to carry out the law, are carrying it out according to the rules that are laid out for the American people. We all can look at that, and we all can then determine if what the police are alleging against a fellow citizen makes sense and actually unquestionably adds up, right? 1 + 1 is 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I have the personal opinion that he's innocent until proven guilty. And that's all I can say as far as whether my belief has nothing to do with it.
Right.
I don't believe in that. That's the way our country is designed.
Absolutely. And that's what the big deal with this case has been the whole time, is that he is innocent until proven guilty. That wasn't really the issue for a lot of us. The issue is how this investigation has been played out and how Bryankohberger was the person that they got to. So that has been the issue, and I cannot find this damn document. It was about them suppressing the white Hyundai. So go ahead.
They're looking to suppress the white Hyundai because the police knew that the FBI had identified a car that in no way, shape, or form connected to Bryankohberger.
Mm-hmm.
They knew that long before they ever got the Kohberger's name. They always knew that to be true. Factually, the FBI still stands their ground on the identification. The car that's described in the PCA is a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. And the professional FBI agent that did that with 30 years experience stands solid on that identification. He also states that in other footage, he did identify a 14 to a 16.
Yep.
So based on the information that we've now heard that isn't sealed, the FBI and especially the Idaho police have two cars, one connected to the house, and it's connected because of Dylan Morton's statements and timeline. That point needs to be made.
Yes.
That car could be a little of nothing, have nothing at all. No matter if it could be a 2220 car, right? One that we're not even at that year yet. That could be the car they identified. We have no way to connect that to the crime, if not but for the testimony of the survivors and the timeline that was laid out by data from the survivors that then when compared to the video footage includes this vehicle or suggests that that vehicle was connected to the crime.
Yeah.
Fair enough?
Which takes me back to when we asked the question, what's up, Twizzle? Good to see you. Mark and Betty, Leslie and Billy, all you Karma Police, welcome back. All you guys join us.
Leslie's following Twitter or Twizzle.
Yes. They're bouncing around the tube, I guess. So
three twins.
Yes. So suspect vehicle number 1. That was questioned probably from the beginning of the the PCA is right here, guys, in front of us. So and everybody said, why are they saying that? Where's number 2? What is number 2? Is that just a statement that they say regularly? What is it? This and that and everything else. That begs the question now, what Sarge just said. Is that why? Is there 2 cars? Okay. That's interesting to me because I've wondered this for well over a year now. Well, more than a year. And that's gotta be what it's gotta be. I mean, it makes sense to me, truly. Where's the other car?
Do you see why Ann Taylor keeps saying, how did they get to my client?
Mm-hmm.
Now, she said other attorneys have looked at this. And the interesting thing about that is I may not be an attorney, but I'm extremely schooled in how the law works and our constitutional limits that are placed on our officials. Those aren't my rights. Those are limits you can't cross.
Right.
So when I've looked at this, and I always accept, I guess maybe can I qualify and say that I take what's being told to me in writing and in sworn testimony as a fact. That does not mean that it's true.
Right.
But when I'm trying to describe how something works, and that's the only point of reference I have. I have the documentation from the police, from the lawyers, from the prosecution, from transcripts and trials and hearings and motions, and that's our fact base. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Absolutely.
Does that mean it's all true? No,
not at all.
So when they told us early on that they were looking for a vehicle between 2011 and 2013, I accept that at face value as a fact.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Later on, when they came forward and they added an additional period of years, and then Brian happened to be arrested that included those period of years, I didn't accept that the police made a mistake. I concluded that they identified a second vehicle. But there's nothing in their accusations that suggests 2 vehicles were involved in the crime. They only allude to the one. Well, they don't even allude. They point to one, correct?
That's it. It says a review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan hereafter suspect vehicle number 1. Okay. That's all they've said.
But they came out on TV and they argued it was 11 to 13 more than once, Dago. They didn't just come out asking for our help, but in interviews with the media, Chief Fry had come out. I think there were 2 or 3 times where they specifically stated that's the vehicle they were looking for.
Yes.
Not because it was involved, but because they may have seen something that could help them.
They believed that they wanted to speak to the person that owned that vehicle. So right.
We don't just have the original statement. We have multiple commitments by the Idaho police that was an 11 to 13 Elantra.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Take care, Leslie.
And so all this time later, you start listening to these hearings and questions that are just baffling. When Ann says, of all the video footage that you have, does any of that identify Bryankohberger and Bryankohberger's car? And Brett Payne says no. We got a problem here.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Does that mean Bryan didn't do it? No.
Sure don't. Sure don't. But it doesn't mean that at all. Okay.
It means what it says. That's all it means is it means exactly what it stated, that none of my footage and none of my surveillance can identify Kohberger in his car. That's all it means.
Now, also remember something, you guys, not to cut Sarge off or anything, but we heard after they started looking for this car, and at some point, their words, law enforcement's words, were there was somewhere in the area of 20,000 of these vehicles within this area at some point. Okay, that's a lot of cars to center in on one.
They did. They publicly came out and made that statement. 22,000, I think, was the number used. I just seen it the other day again.
Yeah, it's the exact number. That's a lot of vehicles to center in on one. And there was quite a few that were seen throughout. Guys, we covered this day in and day out. Sarge, you remember for
I was here all the way until that Linda Lane video came up. I was here every day with you. Yeah,
right. So we looked at multiple videos and saw different vehicles that could have been involved here. Heard other testimony from people stating that they've seen other vehicles. I saw a video of somebody standing on a roof where it looked like another vehicle was there. White Elantras. Okay. And again, it's always bothered me how they stated suspect vehicle 1 in this affidavit. And people will say that's just how they write it. They go, okay, fine, we'll go with that. I've gone with that. But hearing this, what Sarge has been stating here, and he's argued that point clearly and cleanly for 2 years now, okay, about the year of the car. And I've said it, I don't know how many times. Is there a secondary car? Is there?
There is. It's a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a matter of fact, we knew last year when Ann filed the motion, she said that the identification of the 14 to 16 Elantra done by the FBI agent, who also identified the 11 to 13, relied on a photograph or an image of a vehicle going the wrong way on the wrong road at the wrong time.
Yep.
She said this a year ago, and everybody blew her off. Every time she files a motion of fact, everybody keeps on that wants to determine innocent or guilt. They either jump on that filing of fact to prove innocence or to prove guilt. And the problem with that particular approach is that statement in and of itself proves nothing. It's simply a statement of fact, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
now,
sir.
When you add all of the facts that are available together with you, you can then, in your own personal mind, come to a conclusion of innocent or guilt, but you can't prove or disprove it. We're not in the position to do that looking at a computer screen.
Right. Yeah.
That's kind of where I get off the road with a lot of people that are streaming about this case. They all want to determine who did it. They all want to make a case against this person or that group or this drug. Right. I can't do that.
Now, this conversation and many of the other conversations have been and are not, but this conversation is not about whether Bryankohberger did this or didn't do this.
Okay.
Again, it is about that scenario in itself. And there's multiple other scenarios within that have been stated in the affidavit within the case that I feel are untrue. Okay. We'll just put it that way. Or they've been twisted, and that we'll just put it that way. Okay. Because again, I believe, and I have believed for a long time, there's 2 cars. Okay. Now, I said this, it's been 2 years at least, I got to think. Okay. We talked about it in multiple streams. People said, oh, that's crazy. They would have said that, this and that, everything else, but maybe not. Okay. There's too many things in this that have not, this should have been way more cut and dry than it has been. There's one thing. Okay. Listening to, and Sarge made this comment a long time ago, an FBI agent, a professional, okay? This is somebody that does this every day of his life, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. He's a professional. Would not make that mistake. Okay? No.
He wouldn't. Here, let me just say something. There you go. He wouldn't have been that specific.
Right.
Let me give folks just a summary of why that would be a factual way to look at this. First of all, they all said that was what they were looking for.
Yes.
But second of all, anybody that knows automobiles knows that most automobiles run for 3 years before the dealers or the manufacturer makes subtle changes to increase interest in the vehicle. Okay. Maybe some of those changes will be like the air conditioning controls are inappropriately placed, or you could use a better radio. You know, they get feedback from the consumer. So the car runs from 11 to 13. And then from the next model year, 14 to 16, whatever changes they decided to make take place for those 3 years. At the end of 16, going into the 17 model, it will come through with other changes. Some of them are cosmetic. Some of them are mechanical, right? I bought a brand new Nissan truck that has a 9-speed versus the traditional 5-speed that they use for 21 years. Okay.
Right.
So in this car, though, because it was such a popular selling vehicle, every 3 years, and GM does the same thing. They might change the front bumper or the grill, or they'll change the, right? So for an agent to be so specific in the year of the vehicle, that's why I was always in agreement that that's a fact that's not going to be changeable. He was too specific. He could have said, folks, he could have said 11 to 2019. He literally could have said that because the doors, the fender, and the hood, and the trunk lid, and the roof were all the same. All the glass was the same. All the angles of that was the same for that many model years. But what did change? Rims, colors, locations of lights, bumpers, grills. Some things on the interior changed. But it's like my Nissan truck. They use the same body style from 2000 until 2021. But along that production period, every so many years, they would make a change.
Right.
Cosmetic, and it's generally to the interior. But my point was on that vehicle, you can't second guess the police when they're that specific. Until or unless specific information, as specific as that information, contradicts it.
And they never changed it. That's the thing. So let's say that there wasn't a whole lot of info available to them when they made that statement. We've been here for years now, and they never went in and came back out with another statement to overtake that one. Not one time did they do it. So therefore, that tells me he still believes what he stated. Okay. That's just an opinion I have, of course, and these are all opinions. Everybody is entitled. I don't want anybody getting upset with anybody over anything. We know that already. So let's be nice to each other. I'm just saying nobody did it, but let's not go there yet. This statement is the one that Sarge sent me that we looked at, and immediately I saw why he sent it to me. Okay. I'm going to read this real quick. This is an insight into the Franks motion in the IGG. It's obvious that the defense is claiming that in the Franks, which if you guys don't know what a Franks motion is, it's I'll explain it later. The police lied about the nexus into Kohberger via the Elantra identification and then by the IGG. Proof through FBI emails shows the identification of the Elantra by the FBI as 2011 through 2013 is proof they lied about the car. Right. The IGG has obviously been uncovered as a false flag also. Okay.
That's an opinion of now that those two are opinions of people that review these forms.
Right. So in response to the state's argument under, defendant has not demonstrated the search warrant affidavits. These things are circled. It says contain intentionally or recklessly false statements or omissions. Defendant refers the court to and hereby incorporates defendant's reply in support of defendant's motion. And it's pointing to the Franks motion again. Okay.
Yes.
And memorandum in support for a Franks hearing and reply in support of motion to suppress genetic information dated 19th day of December. So this is why this show is happening today. Okay. Because this is something that has been talked. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I just hit the wrong button. Talked about for a couple years, folks, since this all came out, in my opinion. And by myself, by Sarge, and multiple other people have thought about this and talked about this and really like ran this through the colander, folks, and it's not changed. So
no.
In my opinion, okay, which I'm nobody, I know that, and it's okay, and nobody has to agree with me either. I do, and still now to this day, truly believe there is a secondary car. Okay. What and who is my other question, of course. Go ahead, Sarge. Sorry.
I want to point this out to folks that sometimes they don't realize how the justice system is stacked in your favor.
Right.
Let me be clear. I'll say that again. The justice system is stacked in the favor of the defendant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, folks? And you could see that in the processes that you see unfold before your very eyes. You can't drop no secret bomb on me in the middle of a courtroom. If you're going to charge me with a crime, you have to disclose every single iota of information, no matter how remotely connected, that you uncovered during your investigation.
Right up front.
All
Right.
of it.
Right up front. Yes. And then
See, there's no trial by ambush like you get in other countries. We're the only country in the world that does that, folks. Literally.
very
and so,
true.
as an example, if your son, Dago, were being investigated,
Mm-hmm.
and the first few pieces of information the police collected were this: the location of your son's phone when it turned off, nowhere near the crime scene.
Right.
And then the location of your son after the crime, after it had already been completed, somewhere a distance from the crime scene, right?
Yeah.
Those two pieces of information were collected by the police. He wasn't there before and he wasn't there after. Is that not what those two pieces of information say?
Yes.
Okay. So for you then to tell me that he took 12 trips, which may have been stalking, to try to make the connection to Mr. Kohberger in that house, or your child in that house, right? There's no evidence that Brian did anything during those 2 hours but sit. There's no evidence he didn't masturbate. There's no evidence he didn't do anything except what they're claiming, right?
Absolutely.
You want your son or your daughter charged on a police officer's theory? In my opinion, he should have stopped his investigation the minute he couldn't place Brian at the scene of the crime, either through video or through his cell phone. We know he couldn't do it through video because the ID of the vehicle was not his car.
That's right.
Then he couldn't do it through cell phone. Would you expect the police to continue to pursue your child under those circumstances?
No. Well, I wouldn't want them to. Of course not.
But I mean, as an American citizen, you have the freedom of movement. You're a free human being.
Right. Right.
You got a different car at the crime scene at exactly the time the crime scene took place. So say you.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have my son or my daughter before and after the crime scene, nowhere near it. What are you doing picking on my kid is what I would say.
It makes sense. It absolutely makes sense.
That policeman should have dropped the investigation at that point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome, Firefly.
Right.
Yes, sir. I agree with you. I do. I agree with you. That would be my question too. Why are you picking on him? Why did you come to him? What made you think it was him? Agreed. So yes. Welcome for a voice for the lost.
Yeah, all that I see a lot of these people, they don't like Brian or that. This isn't about Bryankohberger.
Now we're talking about, like I said, this conversation isn't about whether he did it or didn't do it. This is about the way the investigation was handled. Because at this point, like I said, my feeling still is I'm right down the middle. And again, he's innocent until proven guilty. Okay. In a court of law. That's what we'll find out in the trial. This conversation
it may not go to trial. Look at these motions to suppress. If this judge, you guys got to respect that Constitution isn't your right. That Constitution says that the government shall not infringe upon your speech. The government shall not get involved in your religion.
Right.
The government shall not invade your privacy.
Exactly.
When they did a dump of that cell phone data, let me just be clear, folks. He wasn't a person that had warrants on him. He was just some idiot driving around like you and me.
Yeah.
They do a cell phone dump because there's a murder, and they pick up his cell phone, right?
Right.
And then they don't pick it up for 2 hours. 2.5 hours later, they pick it up again, right? But none of the times that they picked him up did it put him at that house or even near that house.
No,
that's exculpatory evidence. It shouldn't even be exculpatory. That should have been the cue for the policeman to say, well, I thought I had the right guy. Next.
And I have to go back to that. We know the pressure that law enforcement was under to come up with that guy. Okay. And that being said,
right.
I gotta say, if they have their hands on somebody, they're not going to let go of that person. They have not spoken about anybody else. Okay. I don't believe they looked for anybody else.
I believe they did. I believe they did. I believe that they did talk and interview 100 people. I believe they did have multiple DNA samples. I don't discount that at all, Dago.
No, I believe they did talk to other people, but I don't think they really truly looked at anybody else as a suspect, Sarge, is what I'm saying. I'm sure they did have multiple DNA samples, but this doesn't make sense to me. Okay. I just don't get the way the rest of this happened. I still don't.
I think the problem we have as Americans, if we've been so twisted by the way we've engaged these different things, whether they be through politics or true crime, the only place that we can affect change is not because we can sit on the internet and solve a crime. The only thing that we can change are those people that represent us to carry out the job that they're assigned to carry out, be it the president of the United States, or be it the chief of police, or the school board chief, whatever you would call that, right?
I know. Yeah, I know what you mean.
And so when I look at stuff like this, I'm not looking to see whether the guy did it or not. I'm an ex-criminal that actually robbed an apartment of guns, and they didn't indict me because the location of my fingerprints, although completely indicates that I entered that room, were there because I was the painter of the hallway as well. They had to overcome that problem. How do we say this guy removed and touched those hinges to rob an apartment when that's the same individual that has fingerprints all over this hallway because he painted it that very day? Do you understand? I actually committed the crime, folks.
Right.
But the justice system favors the defendant.
Right.
And so when you're looking at the Kohberger case, you really have to ask yourself the question: if the data provided by the police can't put him at that house in a circumstantial way, then that isn't a case against an American citizen. It just isn't.
I agree.
I want to just shoot this one out, and then I'll let you go for a minute. This is a very short crime.
No. That's why we're here. Go for it.
So there's a crime where an ex-husband killed his ex-wife. I mean, surprise, that shit happens too often, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The night of the crime, a neighbor heard a scream, and she took her dog and went for a walk. And she went by the house where this woman that was found dead the next day, where she resided, but didn't see anything unusual, except in the driveway of this house, there was a black Ford F-150 idling in the driveway. He took a picture with the license plate of that vehicle.
Okay.
Now, when the cops, when they find out the next day there's a dead body, or when they finally come over there because there's a dead body in the house, they look at try to get surveillance footage. They can't get it for one reason or another. And then they start interviewing neighbors of what they heard. This woman comes out and says, here's a picture of the truck that was in the driveway. Now, that truck returned to the owner of the ex-husband. So when the cop knows what the truck and the plate is, he runs it. It turns up that pickup truck belongs to the ex-husband.
Gotcha.
That pickup truck is on a photo running in the driveway at the murder scene at approximately the time the murder took place.
Right.
They did not go and arrest the ex-husband, folks. Do you believe that, Dago?
That makes no sense to me. That's crazy.
Yes, it does. And I'm going to tell you why. This is why I'm saying we've all been brainwashed.
Okay.
These police in Florida did the right thing.
Okay.
The image of his vehicle running at that house isn't conclusive evidence that he committed the crime within the house.
Well, of course. Yeah.
Okay. However, it's conclusive that his vehicle was at that house. Do you understand? So what they did is they get a judge to write a warrant to subpoena or impound the truck. They have the right to the truck because there's no association of who drove it.
Exactly.
Regardless of his ownership. They impound the truck. They bring the truck into a crime lab and they do a forensic analysis of the truck, and they find bodily fluids, blood, and other things that belong to the murder victim, the wife, in the truck. At that point, and only at that point, do they then apply for a warrant for the husband.
Of course.
They also then found video as a result of this process, and finally cracking into her home video, a video of him in the garage killing her. But that came only after. You see, the police went after what was available that they could prove. They could prove to a judge that that truck was at that house that night. And that's what the warrant was issued against, not the husband.
Exactly. Okay. I get it.
And so when you look at a crime and how it's supposed to be investigated, and then the execution of infringing upon your God-given freedom, that's what Florida did.
Okay. And that makes sense. It does make sense.
But I liked your initial response, Dago, because I thought the same thing too. Our initial response isn't usually wrong, always. It can go either way, right?
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, why didn't they arrest the husband? But then when they said they got a warrant for the truck, I thought, okay, that's smart.
That makes it different, of course. So that being said, if we were to go back, I don't remember what hearing it was, when the explosion one side of the fence, I'll put it, where everybody went nuts and said, Brian's innocent. I know he is. He didn't do it. Again, this isn't about that. I'm just going to clarify something, though. When Ann Taylor said, my client has had no DNA from this crime scene from any one of these victims found on anything that he owned. Definitely not in what we all thought was going to be a petri dish, that car. Okay. Nothing in that car. And I don't care what I've heard so many different stories about how it could have been avoided. Nothing got in that car. I've heard shower curtains and kill kits and all these things.
Yep.
I don't believe that. Okay.
Can I be clear about that point with the car?
Yeah, please. Good. Yeah.
I agree. Bryankohberger could have sanitized all that. He had 6 weeks, right?
100%.
So all you guys that think he's guilty, I don't disagree with that conclusion. We don't have any proof to support that.
Right.
As a matter of fact, the only evidence we have about it at all comes from his attorney and a motion that's sworn under oath to, right?
Exactly.
That there were even no reason to explain why there were none of these samples associated with this crime.
Right.
There wasn't. So, in other words, the car wasn't bleached. The apartment wasn't bleached. There was no extraneous chemical smell or chemical residue. You're not going to bleach the interior of your car and not leave bleach residue, folks. Even if you get rid of the smell, it's still there. Right. Yeah. So you have that to add to the understanding of what all that meant. It meant that they should have searched the 11 to 13. Let's go back just 2 minutes in our conversation, Dago.
Exactly.
What were they doing tearing apart a 14 to 16 when they knew the car that they say was involved in a crime wasn't a 14 to 16? How stupid are they?
There was my point. Why were they not searching a 11 to 13? Where was the 11 to 13? And why have we not seen that car yet?
And the fact that they found nothing in Kohberger's car is more affirmation this kid wasn't involved. Do you follow me?
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at a car that you think somehow can all magically be the car that the FBI get. Okay. Well, now that you've thoroughly searched it, only after you charge the guy with a quadruple homicide.
Yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
All your warrants after that homicide, folks, are exactly what Ann Taylor's trying to get suppressed, because she's making the argument, and rightly so, that the evidence used to accuse Bryankohberger is not just faulty, it's been misrepresented or lied about.
Right.
Knowingly by the police. That's what she's going after. They knew they couldn't put his phone in that house, nor him or his car. Yet they used that. Okay. And they used 12 trips that you saw Bill Taylor get up or Bill Thompson. Remember when he was screaming? She poisoned the jury by telling them that. You remember that hearing? Well, maybe Dago stepped back.
Absolutely.
Remember that? And what was he referring to? Her question if the potential juror had heard about Bryankohberger stalking a victim. And even the judge, we all know that's not true. He never did that. Well, Brett Payne knew that in the beginning, folks. He didn't need to hear that from Bill Thompson or Judge. He knew that the 12 identifications of Brian's car being in that area could not be used to place Brian near that home. He always knew that, yet he still went and arrested the guy. This is the part that a lot of these guilters and a lot of the guys that play he's guilty or innocent don't want to look at. And it's really the only part that we should look at. In my humble opinion, I mean, the processes under which you're arrested matter more in this country than anywhere else in history.
Yeah.
And all we want to do is argue about guilt or innocent or try to impugn people because they're on a Banfield or a Grubhub video or something like that, right?
Right.
I don't know who killed these kids. It could have been Brian.
It could have, yes. That's very true. That's very true.
What if they came forward with a video they missed and they show Ann Taylor, Brian getting out of his 14 to 16 and getting into a 2011 to 2013 with someone driving it? What if that were to show up? I'd completely accept
that. Would definitely be a mind blower. You're right. Yes.
But wouldn't you accept that as okay, that explains his presence?
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I
do agree. And that's I've said for a long time. I would love just because to see, hey Kels, another vehicle And I'd love to see. I can imagine that I think there is another vehicle out there. And if they were,
we know there's a 2011 to 2013 that's directly connected to the PCA.
Yes.
Every movement described in the PCA of a white Elantra is not Bryankohberger's 14 to 6, is not, could never be. Because not only has the FBI's emails proved this, but the FBI agent himself said he's extremely comfortable with the identification of the vehicles that he'd given the Idaho police. He's not wavering. This guy isn't saying, yeah, I made a mistake and it could have been as far as a 16. That's exactly the opposite. That's what you're hearing online. That's not what the FBI said.
Yep.
There's two different identifications from two different,
and he very two different
videos.
Right. Yeah.
And so when you get that knowledge and you wrap your head around that, then you have to ask yourself, what was the probable cause to charge him with 4 homicides? And you can't say the DNA, folks.
Well, they're throwing that out anyway. So moving on.
Well, if I took your DNA, right, and turned it into a DNA lab and wouldn't give them any idea who it was, do you folks understand how many hits are going to come back potentially connected to Dago's DNA? It could be thousands.
Very well so.
Thousands of hits. Because your DNA, folks, is 98 or 99 point something percent the same through all of us. Right. There's small differences in our DNA.
Absolutely.
There's small differences that can actually provide you with a family tree, but you generally start with a person's name.
Right.
This is not what you think it is, what they did here. It isn't that they had DNA sample. I don't care if it was transfer or if it was direct semen. They didn't have a name attached to it. Right. So they literally had to go into a database with millions and millions of people and see if any of these people connected to the perpetrator by relations. And when you do by relations, just like when you do by, are you the father? It's a statistical analysis. So if somebody's 94% likely to be in your tree, that's a fantastic statistic to start moving away with. But as you move from person to person, you can't just accept that anybody that came from that person's loins led to you, right? In other words, you got to find relatives, direct relatives to that woman or to that man that you connected my DNA to. And there could be, unless you got a guy with a very high percentage, you could have 1,000 people that have 72% of a likeness to Bryankohberger or to your DNA, Dago. Forget Brian, to your DNA. Now I have to sort through that 72% and extrapolate out to see if any of those other people will still continue to connect to Bryankohberger. It's a massive job.
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
So, and because the DNA came after what I suggest and what she's arguing, an arrest with no probable cause. The DNA that they compared came from a warrant after the arrest. The buccal swab, the fingerprints, all of that stuff, the searching of the car, the searching of everything, right, Dago? Those warrants were only issued after he'd been charged.
After, yes.
See, now why wasn't, if we'd have done this in reverse and they would have surreptitiously obtained samples from his places and tested them,
right?
Then a warrant to arrest the guy would have been fair.
Exactly. Right? Exactly. That's why that's what everybody's been flipping out about for years now, because of the way he was arrested and how it all went down after the fact. Okay. If all of that would have came out beforehand and then they arrested him, that'd have been completely different, but that's not the way it went. That's where everybody has had issues with. Okay. And again, it does not go back. It has nothing to do with whether he did it or not. He could. I've said that recently. A few months back, we talked about it. I've not seen anybody else brought about. I've not this, that, anything else. Brian could be the one that did it, but not based on what they said. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
and not with that car.
Yeah, he could. There's a trillion ways the kid could have done it, folks. Let's be honest here. We don't know him, and anybody that thinks they know him, you're just crazy. You don't know him. You're on the internet like me. What can you actually confirm? Isn't what you think could have happened. There's no way to confirm that. That's insanity. The only thing you confirm is the information that they've given you, and when they give it to you, and the defense keeps saying that this happened and it's a bad thing, and then you find out that it's true. That the defense isn't telling you a lie.
Yep.
When you look at all of the things that happened, and it really, what this policeman should have done is this. He should have noticing that Bryan was in the general area and knowing that he had the same car with a different year. If you want a guy scream how genius Bryankohberger is, and he went to school only to be the killer of other humans,
right,
then you need to find the connection between the 11 and to the 13 to the 15. You need to find a video, cell phone locator, something that puts Kohberger's car in close proximity. It could be 20 miles away. I really don't care. But you would have to then try to establish Bryankohberger's affiliation with that 11 to 13. And because we know the 11 to 13 was moving around, and we know Bryan was no longer reporting to the phone network and may in fact have stopped his vehicle completely when he left his apartment, he could have stopped and gotten to another car. Fair enough?
Yep.
That absolutely. Car could be the 11 to 13. So what I'm saying is, you can't say he didn't do it, but what you can say is he didn't do it based on the work of the Idaho police. If there was one way he didn't do it, it's the way they ascribe their accusations.
Absolutely. Yep.
Right.
Absolutely. And again, it's been stated multiple times. We've had people go to Moscow, make the drive, go to the sightseeing, stargazing spot, this, that, everything else, and that Bryan wasn't even in that state that night in that car. So again, I've had multiple questions about this. That, you know, that detaches from what we're talking about a little bit, but still kind of no, it doesn't. Because if you're in this car that they're saying was the car that committed, it was there the night the crime was committed, that car was not in that state that night.
And every of their actions, listen, every statement they've made, every action is in accordance with the statement. This is why I say that Mr. Payne had to have been aware of what he was doing. He got tunnel vision. Now, to those of you that think there's a confidential informant or a witness, okay, let me just say that if there is, that's the only reason you can explain reasonably why Officer Payne focused on only Bryan.
Right.
But let me just be clear on this point. The fact that everything he discovered about Bryan is exculpatory, and he should have then investigated his witness for the crime. You understand?
Yes.
If a witness tells you 14 different things happened or they know Bryan did it, whatever the basis of this witness coming forward, it could be a thought or it could be a direct, Bryan told me he did it. Regardless of what this particular witness or informant is telling you, when you compare it against what you discovered as an investigator, your discoveries contradict it. That means the witness's information is useless. Now what? You see? So even for those people that want to hold on to, we don't know the whole story, or there might be a witness. Well, I don't know what good that witness could do. I mean, what are you going to say? In the PCA, there's no mention of them knowing he was there. There's no mention. And even if you're, for example, as a witness, Dago, they don't protect your testimony. They protect your identity.
Right.
You follow me?
Yes, sir.
I mean, look at all these guys that go bad on the mob and they want to testify against the mob. That testimony is what's put public.
Exactly.
That's what's part of the trial. The person giving the testimony is kept secret.
Exactly.
That's how it works, folks. So even if you want to go to that extreme and say that there is an informant, then that informant gave them bad information, or that informant severely over-inspired that guy Payne. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we all saw Payne when he was on the stand, him hawing around this, that, and everything else too. And he couldn't answer anything. Truly, what's up, 12 gauge? Good to see you, sir. He couldn't answer anything, in my opinion, and I feel that that's one of the reasons why. Hello, Mama Bear. Thank you for joining us.
Mama.
Good. I'm glad you're here because I need to step away for just about 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, there you are. I couldn't hear you. You were like a mile away.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Ms. Mama Bear.
Awesome. How you been?
Oh, I've been awesome. Life is always good. You've been in the chat room listening to us yak?
Yep. I just got home, so I was listening for a little bit, just kind of chilling. So.
Kind of chilling. How is it there? We're getting some snow up here, but hopefully not much.
Yeah, we're supposed to be getting quite a bit, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. It always depends because it either hits north of 70 or south of 70. And we're kind of right by 70. So
you're on the line.
yeah.
Oh yeah. So that's kind of cool. I'm not that far from 95 here, or 90. Is it 90? It's 90. It's 95 in Idaho, but it's Route 90 here, and I'm not that far from it. I'm north of it, and a lot of the storms generally hit south of it, which is thank God.
Oh wow, SRB said they're calling for 1 to 2 inches tonight.
Oh, that ain't bad.
I was told we were supposed to get anywhere between 1 to 10, so I don't know.
Tonight?
Yeah, so, but it's snowing here now.
1 to 10 inches.
And it's coming down pretty hard too. I don't know that it's going to happen. It usually doesn't. So,
and that would be when I say south of 90, that would be Dago, not me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. 90 would be north of you, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I think that what we're seeing now is finally the action in this case that I wish, and I think we all did, that they didn't run around with it around the circle with an indictment and just let it go to a preliminary hearing, because everything she's arguing at this point and everything she's proving. I mean, it's kind of incredible that the guy in charge of the case, when asked if any of your videos can identify Bryankohberger's car, and he says no.
Nope.
Of all the videos you collected, do any of them identify Brian in his car? No,
nope.
ma'am. What? What do you mean, no, ma'am? To me, I think that's a rather stunning revelation.
It's quite interesting. Yes, very much so. Whoa. Let me see. I'm looking at.
You may have others in the chat room, and I can step down, like I told you in Discord, if they want to come up here and beat the racket that the DNA.
I will here in a minute. I just want to make sure we get it all out before that. And I'm still looking for that stupid document that I can't.
What was the topic of the document? Do you know?
Well, it was one that they were talking about the car. It was dropped in November, and I had it pulled up earlier.
Oh, you were getting ready.
Yeah, and I was reading it, and it disappeared. I don't know if it's.
Well, she still doesn't have. Here's the other thing: Ann Taylor and Bryankohberger do not have the video of that car around the house that they used to identify an 11 to 13 Elantra. They have pieces of it.
Right.
Pieces of the video, and they're claiming they're waiting for a sound, some sound to be combined. But what do you mean you only got pieces for the? Why aren't you showing her the whole video that you gave to the FBI agent that made the identification?
And they've done that with more than just that video. They've done that with a lot of stuff too.
Right.
Yeah. So the motion to suppress memorandum in support, Pennsylvania search warrant for white Hyundai Elantra bearing that blah, 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 all that. That was the one document that I was looking at. Okay. That was brought up a while back. And I know this may not have as much bearing on what we're talking about, but I was reading through this because of what we talked about last night, and after looking at that, and I wanted to go back and try to remember some stuff. It's interesting. And the other thing to me also that I was going to say that I completely forgot, I can't remember now. I'll come back with it. Anyway, this one here, it states that motion to suppress and memorandum in support the Pennsylvania search warrant for the white Hyundai Elantra with the VIN number there. Okay, the issues in this, it says, now this is interesting, was interesting to me. This court should apply Idaho's exclusionary rule and law to this search. Pennsylvania law enforcement violated Mr. Kohberger's Fourth Amendment rights by entering and searching his vehicle without a valid warrant. The affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant recklessly or intentionally omitted material information. The affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant included information that must be excised. All information in the affidavit was gathered because of law enforcement's unconstitutional use of investigative genetic genealogy. And thus nothing in the warrant should remain. Information about the client's locations taken from his phone must also be excised due to being gathered from an invalid warrant. So all of this stuff, as we had talked about a long time ago, like you said, Sarge, was there's a word I'm trying to think of, but it was like pre. Okay, all of this stuff should have been done beforehand, but it wasn't. Excuse me. Facts are, due to the haphazard way in which law enforcement has kept and disclosed records in this matter, the following facts as best the defense can tell. On December 28th, Trooper Larry of Pennsylvania State Police became aware of the objective. And mind you, when this happened, there were no body cameras to record any of this. That's another issue I've always had. But anyway, that they didn't have to have them. That's okay. Excuse me again. So, Trooper Larry of Pennsylvania State Police became aware of the objective of arresting Mr. Kohberger via Moscow Police Captain Corporal Payne. Sorry. On the 29th at 4:44 p.m., a magistrate in Pennsylvania issued a search warrant for Mr. Kohberger's vehicle. On December 29th of 22 at 2:22 p.m., the magistrate in this matter signed an arrest warrant for Mr. Kohberger in Latah County. The affidavit for the warrant was signed by Moscow Police Department Detective Payne as well. The basic facts Payne used to support the search are described in a separately filed motion pursuant to the Franks versus Delta Franks motion, okay? The facts and issues are incorporated herein without repeating them. Okay, so this reading through all this, I know we know this stuff, but still, this came out in November 14th, I think it was, Kaylee. When this document was dropped. So
yeah. Recently it was very recently.
Yeah, this November, not I believe. Yeah, it was. Sorry guys, my cat is crap in my chest. Anyway, back to where I was. At 2:43 p.m. on the 29th, criminal complaint and probable cause order were filed in this manner. At 10 p.m., Pennsylvania SWAT began preparations to arrest Mr. Kohberger. Despite weeks of constant FBI surveillance, Pennsylvania law enforcement did their own surveillance starting at 11:50 p.m. Pacific or Eastern Daylight, or what the hell is EDT?
Can I stop you there for a second?
Wait, yeah, go ahead.
Because I want people to keep note of this. They talk about weeks of surveillance on Bryankohberger.
Yeah, pay attention to that.
Let me be clear. If you go back weeks, right? If you go back weeks, the IGG hadn't even been given to them yet.
Exactly.
If I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken on the date, but I think the IGG was delivered on the 19th. He was arrested on the 30th. So why were you surveilling him weeks ahead of time without the IGG result? That's a question that I'd like to see answered. And I bet you Ann will ask it.
That's a good question, sir.
Right?
Very good question. So that's actually, I'm glad you pointed that out. Despite the fact, where was I at now? Police decided attacking Mr. Kohberger within his parents' home was the best option. On December 30th at 1:14 a.m., Pennsylvania SWAT and federal agents raided Mr. Kohberger's parents' home. During the raid, law enforcement found Mr. Kohberger's vehicle in the garage, seized, and later searched it. This court should apply Idaho's exclusionary rule in law to this search. They keep going back to this. It's been more than once. Excuse me. The first question this court must determine is whether there is a conflict of laws in this matter, i.e., whether Idaho law or Pennsylvania law controls the validity of the search warrant to Mr. Kohberger's automobile and the necessary relief. Unlike the issue of arrest warrants, cases involving multi-state investigations have produced far less case law. In fact, the defense could not find a precise case on point for the state of Idaho. The issue, however, has received some attention in academia. Professor Kerr argued in his article for the Harvard Law Review that the jurisdiction where the crime occurred should control how the investigation is done, but that states and or the federal government should provide some form of authorization to each other to participate in each other's criminal investigations. Now, I'm pointing out at this again. Once again, this is not referring to nor talking about the fact that Bryankohberger did or did not do this, guys. Everything that has been stated in here is basically stating that they fucked up and did it the wrong way. Okay, excuse the language, but that's what it's stating.
Are they saying are they saying that Pennsylvania should not have issued a warrant to search the car and do any investigative work? They should have simply detained and produced to Idaho which Idaho had requested, which was Bryankohberger, and that Idaho should have issued any continuing warrants.
Yes,
when it came to evidence collections from that vehicle. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I'm pointing out, and that's what they're saying right there. Because
I know what she's saying. Yeah, that's why I'm glad you gave me a second to pipe my 2 cents in there.
No, you're absolutely right. That's the point right there, folks.
Right.
None of that was supposed to happen that way. Once again, here we are going back to an unconstitutional situation. in his arrest. Again,
Right.
Nothing to do with whether the man did it or not. That's not the problem nor the point. It's how they did, and they've done this they did this multiple times within this investigation. Why? Why do they repeatedly do these things within this investigation? There's the problem. Okay.
I watched the chat, and I can't emphasize this enough to people. You can't look at any of these written facts, these written words, through any lens of innocent or guilt at all.
Right. Right.
There are individual statements and there are individual situations connected to the whole, and in and of themselves cannot determine guilt or innocence, no matter how much you want to say that they fit your particular opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That's where this country, we've let our law enforcement agencies trample all over people they shouldn't be trampling all over. And then all the sex offenders and 500,000 kids that are missing and being sold into sex trade, there's no investigation of that, is there?
No, exactly.
But they'll do all this half-hearted nonsense. And that's what we're supposed to keep an eye on and tell them, cut it out. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Don't do that to us.
11+1 says it has everything to do with that. He wouldn't be in jail for all this time.
No, that's not accurate. That's not how it works. He'd have to apply for bail. He was formally charged by a government of the state of Idaho. You'd have to have a bail hearing. And then they didn't even apply because of the horrificness of the crime. And personally, if I were Bryankohberger, I'd feel safer in jail than I would. And I think my family is safer with me in jail than I would be if I were out on bail on this kind of a horrific charge. Don't you?
Yes.
I'd sit patiently through the process. And the process is something that's out of the control of the defense. Once you're indicted, it's done. You have to follow the rules. Now, what you're seeing here now is what inevitably comes. Just because he didn't get a preliminary hearing doesn't mean Ann can't file all these motions to suppress evidence that she's showing were collected with warrants that were insufficient and there was no probable cause. You can't place Kohberger at that house. Why did you keep going after my client? Regardless if you found DNA. I mean, that's kind of like what happened with me. The bottom line was, even though I committed the crime, there were too many reasons to put up reasonable doubt as to my involvement in the crime.
Right.
And when the investigator in the Kohberger case, everything he found was exculpatory until they claim they've got DNA. Fair enough?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They didn't have the DNA identification when they started chasing him weeks before. They didn't have the DNA identification when they decided that Bryankohberger was the driver of that car circling that property.
Right.
They didn't have, folks, that's what I'm saying. That's where this case has really been gone off the rails.
That's it right there. According to what we were told, they received that DNA the night that they raided the house, when they pulled the garbage and all that bullshit. That's when they started that. So going back to what Sergeant said, again, how are they pursuing him for weeks upon weeks?
Right.
Okay. Without that information at that point in time, or did they?
I'm not arguing the kid did it or didn't do it, nor that they shouldn't have looked at Bryankohberger. I think, in fairness, that they should have looked at Bryankohberger.
Right, right.
But on the same sense of fairness, when your location tools are limited to video and phone, and you know the video shows a car that doesn't belong to Bryan, and you know that your phone locators show him miles away from the house before and after, that should have been enough to stop the investigation.
I can agree. Go
in a different route. Go in a different route to prove his placement at that house. Do you understand? I'm not saying even to stop looking at Bryan at that point. You struck out on your first attempt. Since now and that's what I said, it's an 11 to 13. Put Bryan in that car. Move your investigation in that direction. See if any associates of him have an 11 to 13. Right. Is the kid still doing drugs? Does one of the drug places there was a million ways to keep looking, rather than use this deficient information to arrest this man for a quadruple homicide. That's the only point I think I want to make here. No,
I agree with that too. I do. I do, definitely. And I know, like I said, everybody has very strong feelings about this, guys. I respect everybody's opinions. I do. Yeah. I just feel like, I have felt like for a long time, that there was another vehicle. And if I'd love to see them, the man's been in jail for years, okay? he should be the one. If they should be able to prove that he did this at this point, put him in that other car, make it make sense, and I'll show me that other car, and I'm good with this. 100%.
Or prove the FBI agent got it wrong.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, it is possible.
You're not even making that argument.
Not
When-
not once did they say that, right?
Brett Payne had all day long to make the argument that the identification of that car was mistakenly originally identified incorrectly, and he never made that statement ever.
Nope, not once. That's true.
Not on a stand, not when being questioned, not when being asked for the actual video of the car that they talk about in the PCA that she hasn't got the complete video of yet. In no way, shape, or form does he deny that car to be an 11 to 13.
Right. Twiz says something about there's actually proof with the prosecution, though. In what sense, Twiz?
Proof of what?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Actually, you're welcome to jump up here, Twiz, if you want to.
They say they have stuff when they don't. What? Look at his next comment there.
They say they have stuff and they don't yet. Okay. Come on up here, bro.
Yeah, I'm not understanding how those two go together. If they have, I'm confused now. But I'm getting old too, so don't worry about being confused, right?
Again, it's just a conversation about things that I've wondered about throughout this whole thing.
Well, it's just process. Like we get caught up in the activity, and we delve into it. And of course, I want to know who did this to these poor kids.
Right.
But all we can really observe in fairness to the victims is what's being put in front of us through the process of jurisprudence. I can't imprint different ideas or come up with what ifs and show videos that aren't relevant to this they're not relevant to the case, the Banfield, the Grub truck. And if they are, we don't know it. Or Linda Lane, we don't know that that's a part of this. Actually, what we can glean currently is that everything that was in the PCA seems to be the whole case, because that's the only motions to suppress. He's only going after the stuff that we publicly know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Heather and many of us have always said what's being kept secret is the FBI's involvement, their work, and the IGG. That's what's being protected. Everything else we know.
Right. That's true. That's true. Thank you, Heather. That is true. That is true. Twiz, I left you a link in Discord if you're interested in jumping up, bud. If not, understandable. Just giving you the option. I just every time I've leaned. This is not again what this was the conversation. This part of the conversation was to be about was innocence or guilt. But I've always been right down the middle, and I've actually leaned towards the guilty side of it. Welcome, Bridget. And I really would like to see them be able to prove that he did this, considering how long they've had him and the fact that there hasn't been anybody else even looked at or talked about. Okay.
Right.
To give that closure to the families. I'd like to see that truly, folks, but not like this. Okay.
How can you decide that they haven't looked at anybody else? And
they've never talked about it. I'll say that. They've never brought anybody else to the surface.
No, you could prove that they didn't look at anybody else. Do you know how you can prove that?
Okay. Go ahead and
when Anna's saying we want the other results of the DNA samples, and Bill Thompson says I can't give you what I don't have.
That's true. That is true.
So what do you mean what you don't? You mean you didn't? Whatever information the lab gave me, they gave me in reference to what they investigated.
That's a good point.
And I gave that to you. So he's telling you right to the public, we didn't investigate anybody except Kohberger, even though we had 3 other DNA samples. Right? Now there was talk the other day, someone's bringing up fingerprint expert, which, okay. But is it possible one of the other DNA samples is from a fingerprint left by one of the untested samples? They didn't tell us where the other DNA samples were located exactly, nor did they tell us on what surfaces they were found. Unlike what they're saying, they found Brian's on a button snap of a K-bar knife sheath, right?
Right.
Where were the other 3 that were in that home? Where were they found? What material were they found on? What form were they? Were they blood? Were they sweat? Were they a fingerprint? We don't know answers to that.
The only thing that they said was they were found within the same area as the victims' bodies. That's all
they were found within the home, and then where the victims were located.
That's it. Yeah. Right.
And that doesn't mean that it was in the victim's room, but it does not mean that it wasn't in the victim's room. We have absolutely no idea where those samples were collected from.
True. Very true.
And I think common sense would suggest that they had to be something closely related to the actual rooms, because we can all agree that house was just blatantly covered in DNA, right? Every
Absolutely.
room you went in, you were going to get samples from because everybody was in there partying, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And the day before this, there was 100+ people in that house. So yeah.
So it's safe to make the assumption, even though assuming is not always the best thing, but it's safe to put that in the bank of, okay, what this means to me when they say they had 3 samples from within the home, they've got to be tied almost directly to the crime scene. Otherwise, they would have had 300 samples, right?
Right. Yes,
So
sir.
could that sample have been found on the washing machine downstairs? I guess, but it's unlikely.
I don't believe so, because I don't think it would have been pertinent if that was the
Yeah,
case.
that washing machine would have been one of 80 fingerprints, right? And people's ass prints from kids. You know how kids are.
Right. I
When
think
they're
that those pieces of that DNA wouldn't even have been spoken about if it
Right,
wouldn't have been in that specific area, in my opinion. That's all.
So, and in the case of transfer DNA, every one of the cases overturned to date that I've reviewed, and there's numerous ones, even that, remember Amanda Knox in Italy?
Oh,
A
yeah.
lot of people don't know her conviction was based on transfer DNA. Everybody said they had DNA on it. Well, it was transfer DNA on the knife that the girl used that killed the girl.
Okay.
How do you like them apples? And yet that case was overturned because there were other DNAs in that property that couldn't be identified. They neither belonged to her or her boyfriend, and they were associated with the crime scene. Therefore, they had to release her. And in every single transfer DNA case that I've seen overturned, it's because there were multiple source DNAs connected to the victims.
Okay, yeah.
And they happened to pick one. Usually it's the black guy, okay? In all fairness, all right? Sadly. And so, you know, when people hang their head on the strong power of DNA, in this case, like the Amanda Knox case, regardless of proximity and location, you still have to place the kid in the house because the DNA doesn't tell you what time it showed up there, how it got there, when it got there. It can only say that here I am.
And with the car thing, again, nobody has clearly stated they saw that man in that car in that area. And then prosecution stated at one point there was no stalking. Do we remember that too? Okay. Bill Thompson himself spoke that out of his own mouth. No, there is no stalking. Not
in an angry way. He was furious. He kept rambling on to the court.
Yes, he was very pissed about that too. That's true.
And that was their key argument, wasn't it, in the PCA that they had 12 other instances where Bryankohberger was around that house?
Of stalking, and then he said there was no stalking.
And how about when they said Bryankohberger's phone turns off, and that's through my experience what criminals do to mask their location from the police? But you're not talking about a career criminal. You're talking about a kid that's at the top of his career in school as a teacher's assistant that has no criminal history or violence.
That had
you're going to apply your experience of criminals against a guy that's not a criminal? How does that work? That doesn't even seem right to me. It's like me accusing Dago of being black and arguing with him. He's Italian. He's right.
Very true. Very true. Yes, sir.
So, you know, I just wish our
and that's another thing, Twiz. Yeah, Twiz is right. It's impossible for them to know if his phone was off from the data that they had. Okay, that's been talked about already. It's not possible to know that. So how do they know that?
They don't.
Thank you. So again, another false statement.
Not false. It's an assumption made. They're trying to build a case.
Let me clear it. Yeah, assumption. Another assumption made. Yeah. A lot of these assumptions have been made throughout this.
But you can assume all day long I stole the guns out of that apartment. And guess what? I was never charged with it. I actually did it. And I keep saying that to make a point, folks. The law is heavily in favor of you, the citizen, to be protected from the malfeasance of your government. Government overreach is highly, highly prohibited. And that's what the Constitution does. It stops the government, or supposed to be that line in the sand. And you even unless there's no direct evidence the kid was in the freaking house. And all your collections prove that. Right. Forget the DNA. Name one thing that they put in that PCA that places Bryan at that crime.
There's nothing. That's the whole problem I've had with the PCA from the beginning. There is nothing. Okay. Right. Not one thing. That's what I've never been able to understand. I've had people yell at me because I said this, but I want you to show me how he was there. That's all I want to know. Show me that he was at that scene. Right. Somehow show it to me. And I'll shut the hell up about this. And I'll accept the fact that Bryankohberger did this. And I'll never talk about it again. But there's no way to do that.
I could stay here all day and connect Bryankohberger to that 11 to 13 Elantra. I could create so many different theories on how he parked his car, left his phone, and jogged to the crime scene. Went in through the sliding glass door and did exactly what they say happened in the house. Left the house and went around the building to a pre-planned 2011 to 2013 Elantra. That was the getaway car.
Mm-hmm.
So there was an accomplice involved, right? I mean, you could set up 100,000 million trillion gazillion ways on how the kid did it. You really can. You can't prove any of them, but some of them would make more sense. Like, how do you explain a crime scene where every door in the building has a personal lock on it, and the doors to the exterior of the home are have locks on them? Someone has to explain to me how we've all missed the fact that this person moved through a house full of locked doors and never made a noise. There's no accusation or suggestion that there's damage to the apartment, to the doors, or to the locks. Apparently, this person must have been a ghost. They came in through a locked sliding door without disturbing anything. They went up into a bedroom through a locked door without disturbing anything. Did what they did, came back down, went into another supposedly locked room, locks that people were accusing the father of changing. We know Dylan said, I went into my room and closed and locked my door. So you have what I consider a very closed crime scene, in that the ability of an outsider to influence what is there and what's real just doesn't seem likely to me. I just can't wrap my head around an outsider coming into that particular location.
Very good point, sir.
With those particular facts, doing what they did and leaving no trace of themselves. Okay, unless the traces left behind are explainable because you were already there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's true too. Now, the only one I will have to argue on that one point is about the slider in the kitchen. Nobody mentioned that was locked, but
nor broke.
They did say that's the other thing. So
nor jimmied.
Right. Absolutely. And that's another thing too that was talked about. Twiz is making good points over here. That the whole talk about he touched the Wi-Fi. He's got a great point. Again, but even if it was true, you could drive down the street and touch my Wi-Fi right now. That's
right. But see, here's the thing: there is no fact to support that. Those are guilters, that are people that think he's guilty.
Yeah,
that are telling you things that they heard.
Right.
And they're accepting them as fact with no documentation, no recording, no testimony to support that.
Exactly.
A lot of them will say she peeked out of her door. Well, that's not what she said.
Nope.
She said she opened her door and looked out
3 times. Right? 3 times.
Oh. But a lot of people that have this ability of being either innocent or guilty, and they just want to focus on that, they'll interpret those things in a convenient way to support their view. And then when you ask them to show fact, they fall back on, well, we don't know everything because the case is sealed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of what I call a paper asshole argument. And I don't like engaging people like that. I actually get angry when people put up that kind of an argument.
Right.
Right. Because I'm happy to agree with you that Bryankohberger did it the minute you can show me an unmitigated fact that he did.
Sure. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Guys, please, real quick, if you will, please hit that like button. There's 91 people in here and 55 likes. Maybe we can get in the algorithm, guys. Please hit that button if you would. Just takes just a quick second.
Yeah, and drag a few of your friends. Tell them they're making fun of Sergeant Friday and Dago's channel. The thing will boom. There'll be thousands of viewers. Come on.
I doubt
it. Fighting in here. Tell everybody we're in here fighting, Dago.
Oh, there'd be about 10,000 people in here.
Oh my God. Yeah. You can retire for the rest of the month.
Exactly. Welcome, Zelda. And congratulations. 2 years almost. And happy Dagoversary to you, dear. Thank you for everything you do. And thank you for being part of this community.
That's awesome. You. That's a cool avatar, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's cool. She's awesome. Welcome, LR.
What do you think there, Mama Bear?
Yes, I'm going to grab my coffee real quick. I'll be right back. Explain your side of things, baby.
I think it's a mess. I don't know. It's hard for me to put into words what I think. I was watching a lot of the chat.
Well, is it your gut feeling that they investigated this fairly and squarely, and they have enough to do what they're doing?
I don't. Okay. I really don't. Someone made a comment in the chat, and it was a really good question. If they had been watching him for weeks or several weeks before, where was he at for Thanksgiving?
Well, didn't we also find out though back then that he did a trip in his head before he went to Pennsylvania?
Sorry,
Didn't he and his father go to Indiana or something?
Yeah.
Right, but wasn't that back when he left for Thanksgiving?
Oh, that's right. It was Thanksgiving break. Him and his dad.
Yeah. So yeah, now they're confessing that they were keeping an eye on him for weeks, and prior to them even knowing who the DNA was what name that was gonna produce, they had none of that data. Yet they were having their eyes on him for weeks, knowing that the car they identified around the house wasn't his. Right. That his phone placed him away from the scene of a crime for the entire period of time. I just find it shocking that a judge signed off on that warrant and didn't question these guys. You know, I mean, a witness saying that they saw him. Why isn't that listed in the evidence against the guy? You know, right, so we could pretty much suggest that can't be part of this. And I don't know, man. It's kind of sad that, you know, we expect policemen to do their job and get it right.
Absolutely. And right? I know on one of the body cam, when they searched his apartment, I believe, they called the judge and he gave them permission to sign the warrant. Like, how's that legal?
Well, no, that is legal. There's actually a cutout in the Idaho procedure on warrants, and so the fact that she actually did what she did is permissible under an existing warrant. She couldn't do that with an original warrant. Like she just couldn't call in and get permission. She has to present the paperwork and her testimony as an affiant, and then she gets a warrant signed. Now, when she called that same signer of the warrant and asked for an expansion, and he approved it.
Yeah, Don Daniels.
Yeah, that's not really breaking any policy or anything.
But there was a lot of, I know what her point is though, is it's just the way everything had been done was just strange. It was not stuff that we would see in a case like this. That you don't see the things that happened in this case happen daily. Okay. Everything that happened, it seems to me, was off kilt in some sense. There was a lot of weird stuff that went on. Okay. And that's why everybody has always questioned this. Now there are some things that are done wrong completely. And I didn't know that it was legal to do what she did either. I thought that was kind of out there, but just saying. Welcome, Nina. Good to see you.
So if you're pointing it out on the basis of weird things that they did, yeah, that's just one of hundreds, right? When we look at, how about when they were in the crime scene and that woman sneezing into her arm, and they're wearing booties in and out of the house without changing them and putting them in a collection bag.
There was a lot of that done. How about having how many people show up at the crime scene? And don't tell me that you sat down and interviewed and tested every one of those people that were there that day, all at that day, at that time. There's no way.
Let me I'll make a quick example. This is kind of silly, but true. A lot of people may know or may not know. So if you don't, this will be like new info. A microprocessor is made in what they call a clean room. In a clean room, not only do you get, like, you strip down and you put on a special outfit, but you get decontaminated, air gets blown over you, and then you're put into this clean suit, and then that gets blown down. And then and only then are you allowed into the area with the microprocessors, because humans shed so much skin. It's called transfer or touch DNA that you can't allow that to happen in the room where the chips are being made. The chips are in specially hermetically sealed machines, right? So here's what I'm trying to point out. It's very simple. When you are looking for things on such a microscopic level in manufacturing, you must provide an environment which would allow such precision manufacturing on such a tiny level, right? So that's why they go through all of that. So if you go into a crime scene and part of your job is to find microscopic particles, and you go in blue jeans and a windbreaker, I have a problem with that. You're not equipped to find the most microscopic piece of evidence. As a matter of fact, you're more equipped to spread microscopic evidence than anything else. Right?
Yep.
Yes.
So that whole crime scene investigation of the pictures that the media were giving us shows a shit show of massive proportions. And yet we have to trust their discovery of that DNA and their analysis and their interpretation of that analysis. And I say to you that they should never even have got to DNA stage with this. And
Right.
they didn't search the other three, another travesty like with the search warrant. Everything half measures, half done to focus on one guy, which would be fine by me if they had him coming out of that car that they claim was part of the crime scene.
That's what I
wouldn't have
said.
any issue with this stuff. I wouldn't pay that much attention to the case.
That's exactly what I said 2 years ago. If they showed us that car, him getting in or out of it, walking in and out of that house, anything, I would have never, ever, ever had a conversation about this case ever. Not once. But that's never been.
It's like the Gigolo case, right? Where that guy's killed all them people.
Right.
And they got they told us they got the DNA evidence. They told us how that's another thing. Just go look at cases that they do indict somebody for mass homicides on, right? And go look at the public information available from them. They're pretty complete when it comes to that case. Fair enough.
Very much so. Yes, sir.
So what is there to talk about? The only thing in that case I think we should address is the extra 10 years of murders that were committed because of the corruption within the investigating department, where all of those guys ended up in jail.
Absolutely.
That should be that might be a good stream.
I agree with that. And I do believe there's going to be more victims that are going to come from that case too. I do.
Right.
LR welcome says, in the docs, did anyone read the one filed on 12/26 subpoena Deuces Tecum? 12/26. I don't think I've looked at any. Are you talking about from this year, LR? I haven't looked at any of the new documents until tonight. I can pull that up though, because I have them all pulled up right now. So give me one moment. Okay, this is a long list, by the way.
That Deuces Tecum, I believe, is a Latin word that describes the words documents. Okay. And the one that's listed in, there's a defense witness being subpoenaed, and that subpoena can be his appearance can be avoided if he provides the documents. The Deuces Tecum. That's what that motion means, folks.
Right.
I suspect it's Officer Mowry.
I can agree with that. Absolutely. So this is subpoena Deuces Tecum. I believe that's how it's pronounced. I don't know. Whatever. You're hereby commanded that, laying aside all excuses, you appear in the District Court of the 4th Judicial District of the State of Idaho in and for the County of Ada in Boise, Idaho, January 23rd of 2025 at 8 a.m. through the end of the hearing as a witness in the above entitled matter on the part of the defendant. You are further commanded to produce or permit inspection and copying of the following documents or objects, including electronically stored information at the place, date, and time specified by. This is it just says, please call Ann Taylor, blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't give the list of those. Obviously, they're redacted for a reason because of the gag. But
see what it says here? That top in bold. Go up to the bold type. On the next page down, the top of it.
Sorry. This subpoena may be complied with by providing the requested documentation to the office of Ann Taylor prior to the above date. Right. Okay.
Right. So that's one way to comply, is by giving her the documentation. The other way to comply is to be present in court to be cross-examined by the defense attorney.
Right.
About the information that she's asking about.
And I could agree with you that Mowry is probably the one that's referring to. Truly.
I think it is, because on another, I think, well-educated guess, I believe that I think that Mr. Officer Payne, when he subpoenaed the first records for the phone, and that he asked for that from the 12th to the 14th, was authorized by the court. That was the first look at Brian's phone for location. I think what happened was AT&T sent him the entire 5-month period all at once.
That would make sense, yeah.
And then he claims he got a second warrant to look into the other stuff, and he didn't. And the reason I say he didn't is in April or May of the following year, or January, somewhere in that time period, Officer Mowry actually approached AT&T for specific months within a time period that Brett Payne said he had already covered with a warrant. Do you see? Brett's saying, I got a warrant from June till present. I also got my original warrant from the 12th to the 14th. But Mowry, the next thing you hear is Mowry then goes to AT&T and says, I want the records from July to August. Well, why would he need a warrant to get those? If they were already in the possession of Brett Payne and they were issued to Payne by a warrant, Mowry wouldn't have needed to request that. You follow me? And I think that's what this is about. It's showing that Brett Payne is lying, that he did not get a second warrant. He's not produced. Nobody produced to Anna Discovery the second warrant.
Right.
It's only been Brett Payne's testimony that there is a second warrant. No one's seen it yet. And this kind of leads credence to the fact that he did not apply for a second warrant. That's why I think that that's what they're going to go after Brett Payne for on this.
I could definitely see that. And I have my issues with him as well. Again, his testimony was less than interesting. I'll say that much.
I think it was it exonerated everybody.
Right. And I have issues with it too, because the man was obviously given at least a week's, and I'm going to say it's probably more than that, but at least a week's notice that he was going to testify. Got on the stand and said shit. Okay. Come on. That's bullshit to me. There's a lot more he could have spoke on, but he didn't. And he didn't have to, I guess, but that's still bullshit to me. Sorry.
Right. He can't locate the video that they used to identify a car that went around that house 3-4 times, right?
Right, of course. But
that car sped away at high speed exactly at the end of that crime at 4:20 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Arrived at shortly after 4 a.m.
The same. Well, yeah, 4:20 a.m. at the same time that he was still in the house too. That's the other problem I've always had.
That's a very disturbing aspect of all of this. The narrow time scene. And then Dylan's description of what happened that night, that then, wow, look at that. There's cars in this neighborhood. It comports with what Dylan Mortensen is telling us. That can only be a few things. One, if that car isn't involved, highfalutin, what a coincidence, right?
Yeah.
Hard to swallow, but you can accept that. But the other thing that it might indicate is that she knows more about the crime than she's telling you.
And I've always believed that myself anyway. Right? I truly have.
And if so, what is that knowledge? Because I don't see how that her words can match up so accurately with the travel of that vehicle. Mm-hmm. I don't see how that vehicle then cannot be involved. It could not be involved, clearly. But then if I only had the video, I could accept that real easy. But when the times of its momentum and it's stopping and it's taking off again are consistent with Dylan's statements, you got to ask yourself that question.
Right.
Does that make the car involved, or does that make her more knowledgeable about what was really going on here?
And I've always had that belief that the statement that was made in the affidavit, in my opinion, from her is that's just bullshit. I can't believe that you're sitting here in this home right below where one of the crime scenes were and only heard what you heard. You're right next door to the other crime scene and only heard what you heard. I just can't grasp that, in my mind. I never could.
Can I ask Mama a question?
You can. Yes, sir.
All right, Mama, did you hear about that crime in September of 2021 about a young girl that had to kick an intruder in the stomach that entered her room with a burgundy ski mask and a knife? Mm. Did you hear about that one, Dago?
I vaguely remember that, yeah.
Well, no, this happened right around where the Idaho 4 happened.
Right, yeah, I remember that.
A year before, Ma, there was a home intrusion of a person with a knife. May have been a steak knife. She doesn't know. Approximately 5'5" tall, wearing a burgundy ski mask, that came into her room and approached her bed, and she kicked this person in the stomach, and the person fled. Now,
yep.
What a lot of us in the Idaho 4 don't know is that that's not the only incident of its kind. It's happened a few times in that area.
Yes, it has.
I remember something about there was
excuse me,
one of the frats or something. The girl went out and like her underwear or something was
the one, yeah, the right next door kind of, yeah.
I don't know.
The underwear was tucked into the stuff in the glove box or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, here's a connection I want to make between that particular explanation, or her description of the crime. The person, they ran out of the room, they ran up the stairs. Mm-hmm. The roommate saw the person. Their approximate height is between 5'3" and 5'5", so we'll rest on 5'4", okay? Because that would be a middle of the two. Okay. So now let's take that description of that perp, right? And put him in a mask. And put him inside of the Idaho 4, the Queen Road residence. And now let's have that person walk towards Dylan, who happens to be almost 5'10" herself. Okay. And this person that's only 5'4" or 5'5", why I think we can put him in that house is because he's standing on a floor 6 inches taller than where Dylan is standing.
Right.
The difference between the floor for the kitchen and the bedroom to the living area is a 6-inch difference. So that as Dylan would be standing in her bedroom door, the only observational way she could say was walking towards me was coming across the living area. Therefore, she would have been looking at him face on, face to face, eye to eye,
Right.
for 5'10" to 6 foot. She wouldn't have seen, if it were Brian now, she would have probably said this. She would have seen a 6 foot tall Brian on that same floor. His actual height compared to her own would have made him 6 foot 6 inches tall. You understand?
Yeah.
So when you back up, and now that we know about a case they never told us about, and you take that description of that perpetrator trying to do the same thing that happened here in a house of girls that were a sorority or college girls, just like you have here, and you add the 6 inches to the height of their description, you end up with a man that's roughly 5'10" to 6 foot tall, exactly as Dylan described. Is that freaky or what?
Yeah, that's definitely interesting for sure.
Definitely.
Most definitely.
It gives an alternative suspect. Now they ripped the house down, but there's a video on my channel and on a bunch of others where you can watch Zaina come in through the sliding glass door, walk through the kitchen and into the living area. And what I did is, as she walked into the hallway, which is just one step from the hallway to the kitchen to the living area, it's just like one stride. I stopped her movement in that hallway, Mama Bear, and her top of her head met the first landing on the staircase. So if you were to go up the stairs behind her, her head is level with that landing that then turns and goes up another set of steps. When she steps into the living area, her shoulder becomes level with that landing. She's almost at least a full head taller from Dylan's floor to the living space. So there is evidence that exists that shows you that if you never saw that girl walking across that floor, compared to that staircase over her shoulder, compared to the doorway of Dylan's room, you would suspect that Zaina herself was 6 feet tall. Literally.
Right. That makes sense.
That would have made Brian a giant standing on that.
She would have had to look up to this intruder from her point of view. Right?
Absolutely.
Because she says he was walking towards her, not me. And you can't walk towards me by one stride off to the right to go into the kitchen.
Right.
That's not really walking towards me. Maybe it could be, but how did you see my eyebrows? How did you see the details that you saw if you didn't catch me walking towards you from the living space?
Right.
At least a couple of steps there, right?
And claimed that he was 5'10", and she's at her height claimed that. Okay, to understand that too, folks.
She's 5'10" herself.
She's very tall, so she claims that he's 5'10" in the dark, standing on. Yeah, understand that.
But you see, don't you agree? If that were Kohberger, we've seen this kid. He's at least 6 foot tall. If he walked towards me, and I was scared. She claimed frozen shock phase and stuff. But if she had to look up, she would have said he was very tall,
right?
Much taller than me. But that's not what she told us. She told us that he was roughly her height, which would absolutely. And I said this way in the beginning. She's describing a shorter man.
Yep.
But we don't know. We'll never know.
That does make sense.
It uses available information. It doesn't mean it's true. Right? That's just if I were going to make put facts together that may have something to do with this crime, an alternative suspect, all of these other videos and claims people are making, nope. I think you can honestly make the fair assessment that shorter guy could actually have been the perpetrator here.
Very possibly. Yes. I do agree. 100%. 100%. I do agree, sir. So what I'm going to do now, because I did say I was going to do this, is I'm going to go ahead and post a link in the chat for anybody that would like to join. You can do whatever you want to do, Stars. Stay up or go drop down. It's up to you. I appreciate you. If you decide to drop down, I really appreciate you joining us for this, because I miss these conversations in a lot of ways. And this is one that hasn't been talked about in a long time. And that statement, based on the document that we looked at, or those statements based on that document really is something that has intrigued me for a long time. So
this whole thing intrigues me in the aspect of the way I view, the way I pay attention to it.
right.
We can get so caught up and come up with so many theories. Like I got pissed off the other day when that crime circus dude, Drip Drop or whatever his name is,
Yes,
came out with this video, and he's got this rendition of the house, and then he's reminding everybody about his theories and how he's going to solve this case, and he's literally got a picture of a guy parachuting onto the porch.
oh my God, that's when I stopped watching him, is when he said that.
Right.
That was done at that point.
I just thought to myself, this guy is just lunatic. He's talking about tunnels that have been disproven. He's talking about a parachute. He's talking about blood on a roof. He's talking about, and
I personally, in my opinion, no offense to anybody that likes Drip Drop, I just think he does it to get the views because he knows that people are going to run in there to see what crazy shit he's going to talk about. That's truly my opinion. I'm not saying he does not do a good job. I'm not saying he doesn't.
I can say this though. I don't have any objection to people finding entertainment. I think it's kind of morbid. However, we're all allowed to do what we want to do. It's America. But when they start bringing it into streams as if it's a fact, that's where I struggle with it.
Yes, sir. Welcome, Terry. Hello, Kimber. Thank you for joining us, guys. There is a link pinned in the chat if you want to join us, voice an opinion, theory, thought, feeling on this. You are welcome to. And I do want to say everybody is to respect each other's feelings and opinions on this. Not everybody's going to think the same way, folks. We don't. That's what makes it interesting. But you will not attack somebody because of their thoughts, feelings, and opinions on this, because that just don't happen. So that's all I have to say. Welcome.
I'm just here to say, hey, Sarge, how you doing?
I'm doing awesome. You know me. No quitting me.
Sarge, I just saw when you said that, I saw this something the other day. It was a quote, and I just want to bounce off of what you just said. Opinions are not knowledge. You're entitled to your own opinion, but you aren't entitled to your own facts.
Oh, yeah, that's a fantastic one. You're right. Facts.
It is. You're not you're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts.
Right.
Yeah,
so, that's the difficulty. We all and look. I'm not independently the only guy in the world that looks at things this way. I'm guilty of everything everybody else is guilty of.
Right.
There came a point in time though where I had stepped away a couple of times, and I realized, with the chaos in this case, that's what brought me here. Not that 4 young people were killed, that's a mystery to me or it's unique. I mean, look at all the chaos we just had this last day or two, right?
Oh, God, yeah.
But I'd like to know the processes under which, how did they arrest the guy that shot the insurance CEO? How are they going to deal with these terrorist threats? How about the guy that set that woman on fire in the subway? I'm more interested to make sure that when crimes like that are done, our officials, our representatives follow the darn rules so that we get the right outcome. Or even if that outcome means we don't know, we can't figure it out. It disturbs me greatly that Americans accept a prosecutor that says I got a 99.9% success rate in prosecutions. That's not possible that 99.9% of those people are guilty. What he's not telling you is most of them are plea deals. You're threatening to tie this guy up in court for years and maybe 10 years in prison. But if he takes the plea deal and makes it innocent, a lot of people plead guilty to crimes because the system is set up to trap you, right? And we accept that for some reason as people. I don't know why we accept that from our prosecutors and our police departments, let alone like they just beat some guy to death in New York. I mean, there's another extensive tragedy, but to me, the tragedy is more wholesome. It's right down to, if you guys can't follow the rules as laid out by the book and by the Constitution, then you just don't belong in that career.
Very good point. Hey, Terry. Good point, sir. Good
exactly.
Point.
The Constitution was written for a reason. It's written and it should be followed. I'm sorry, it should be followed. And
it hasn't been being followed. We can go back real quick. Go ahead. Sorry, Kimber. I didn't mean to cut you off.
And it should not be. The Constitution was written for a reason. It wasn't written to be fucking changed
at the whim of
as we go along. It wasn't written to be changed. It's the Constitution of the United States of America. It wasn't written to be changed as we go along.
And it's been being broken multiple times for multiple cases.
Do you guys remember when in the Idaho 4, the guy went after the processes of indictment?
Yes.
Okay. What a lot of Americans don't know is that our process of indictment is not supposed to allow for you to indict a ham sandwich.
Right.
Yet the irony of this is every single American says they can indict a ham sandwich. They've come to accept this game. It's malarkey. A indictment of an individual means that these 6 or 12 jurors, if this were a trial, would convict this individual with that information.
Right.
That information is supposed to be both exculpatory and inculpatory. But we've allowed our prosecutions and our government officials to swap what they're doing for their convenience. They get promotions, they get fame, they get elected, right?
Yep.
They've trashed our system, and we as citizens are really the only ones that can stop them from doing it. I don't want them to indict a ham sandwich. I want them to indict a real criminal that they have factual data to arrest them for.
And it's become accepted. It's acceptable at this point, guys. Yeah.
And that's why looking at it from my perspective is so hard for many people, and they'd rather look at innocent or guilt. It's almost as if they've given up on the concept of it could ever be any other way. They accept what these police have done in all of these cases, unless it's blatant, like they beat somebody to death, or they, unless it's blatant like that.
Yeah, like Long Island serial killer or something like that. That's right in front of your face, right? Yeah.
Or like the guy that shoved the guy onto the subway in New York.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty blatant.
Or the lady that was set on fire. Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Things like that. Things that are like the obvious.
Well, since you brought that up, Sarge, let me ask your opinion real quick at this point now, if you have one, of course, about what has happened with the Delphi situation, if you don't mind me asking you.
I think both in the Delphi and in the Reed case, and I also think that the Gigolo guy probably has some kind of argument for this too. Not as strong, but the procedures under which you gather and collect and store and handle your evidence are all that matters. You as a policeman shouldn't have any emotional or any personal opinion of the people that you're investigating and or ultimately charging. You're supposed to be a dispassionate purveyor of the law. And I know that there's a lot of emotions in jobs and things, and that's got to be right up there. However, a lot of these guys were in the service, and they can dispassionately shoot an enemy dead. They're trained to do that. And I know that's not normal, but being a policeman and a law enforcement officer is not a normal career.
Right.
And so the kind of folks that we need to, you should be rewarded for admitting a mistake, even if the outcome is a dismissal of a charge. The only way to learn oftentimes is through mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So when you hear your official say, I got a 99.9%, that's a criminal. That's a person that's just self-gratification. They're not here to do their job.
That's true.
Be like me claiming almost every job I've ever done as a contractor, I've never had a callback. That's an absolute lie. It's not possible.
Right.
People are going to make mistakes no matter how often you do the same task. Right. And it's just, we've accepted some of this behavior to the point to too much. That's why I focus on it so heavily in this case. We all need to stop accepting that.
Well, here's the thing is a lot of people, we've seen this, Kimber, Mama Bear, I know Sergeant, a lot of you in here have been in here when we've had these conversations. People seem to be afraid to question law enforcement and or the judicial system. There's a lot of people that they refuse to do it. They refuse to look at it second. If the police said that it happened, then that's all there is. I need to hear. I'm done.
Especially once it comes across the media.
Oh, I'm going to tell y'all right now, with everything that's happened out in Las Vegas and in New Orleans and what's going on in Texas, I'm questioning the hell up out of the FBI. I'm sorry.
Right. Thank you for saying that.
I'm questioning the FBI. I'm like,
we watched a press conference yesterday. I showed it here, and an FBI, that little FBI agent. Am I muted? Sorry if I am. Or sorry
no, you're not. You're loud and proud.
Anyway, walked in, and the first statement she made was, "This is not a terrorist act." Okay, first statement that bothered me. I'll say that because that's the first thing she said. Today, we watched a secondary press conference, and the first thing he said, the new agent that walked in, was, "This is absolutely a terrorist action." What the actual hell? Make up your mind. Okay.
Yesterday we thought that the Tesla may have been just a faulty thing with the Tesla, but come to find out, it had explosives in the back of the Tesla.
Right.
So it was not a faulty.
they were.
But that's a good example. You gave a good example of how the system should work.
Right.
Right. That woman made a mistake, or that woman was sent on stage to make a statement that ultimately was inaccurate, and somebody came forward and corrected it. Right. I just hope that she is addressed and learns her lessons, not to speak out of turn or not to make a conclusion at all.
That's it. That's
until the investigation reaches a conclusion, even a preliminary conclusion, right?
Right.
So
and
but that girl will never learn what she did is wrong. She'll be out the next 10 other ways down. They'll pull her up to have her go say something stupid on TV again.
Well, I brought that up because that's it. And I brought that up because here's what my thought is. I do believe that she was told to say that, period, because to eliminate panic. Okay. That's not how we do this, folks. You come out, you come out, you're transparent, you're truthful right out of the gate.
Right.
And I questioned it because of the way she said it immediately as soon as she touched that podium. Today, he comes out and says it. Okay, if you were wrong, then you need to say, yesterday we made a statement. Our agent said that this was not a terrorist attack, but it was. And I'm sorry for that. That's it. Because now that happening is going to take the public back and go, well, I don't trust you. I do not trust you. That's a problem. That's a problem.
And they could have just said something as simple as, after further investigation,
right?
We don't know yet. Right.
She
could have said that in the beginning, Mama Bear. You're right. Yesterday, she could have said, at this point, we have not had enough information to know whether or not it is or not. And that's it. No, she came out immediately and said it wasn't. And that was wrong.
A Tesla truck parked in front of a Trump hotel is no coincidence when it's on fire.
Not when
something is fishy there, because who do you get talked about every day? Donald Trump hanging out with Elon Musk.
Right.
So even if it was a prankster, let's just say it isn't terror, and it was somebody that's disgruntled and hates Trump and Elon. Right? That don't make you a terrorist. So that woman should have done exactly what Dago said, and you're saying. Said nothing about any determining idea, terrorist or not. She should have just said, we're investigating.
That's it.
Because at that point, with what happened in New Orleans, what happened out in Las Vegas, just say you don't know. Because at that point, I feel that people need to be hyper vigilant. I'm sorry, be hyper vigilant. Look left, look right, be hyper vigilant.
Absolutely. I've been screaming that for 2 days now. That same FBI agent that did the press conference today also said, we have no reason to believe, welcome, Stephen, that these two things are linked. Now, I understand there's coincidence, but don't tell me that it's that coincidental that both these vehicles were rented from the same place. These are both people that were enrolled in our military. Something don't match that. I'm sorry. Okay.
They served on the same. They served in the same. Didn't they serve in the same unit?
I don't know if it was the same unit, but there's a very closeness about that.
Right.
Okay.
So
yeah, and we've come to a world where we can't trust the most basic things, and then we don't want to address them and find ways to solve them as a group. We would rather argue about whether Brian's innocent or guilty, right? And that's the chaos. And they help set us up that way when they come forward with information that's inaccurate to get people outraged, and then someone comes in and corrects it without ever making up for the outrage that they started. And then they're going to go on and make claims again. These two aren't connected as far as we know. Well, you shouldn't even be talking about that yet, stupid. So this guy that corrected her is no less of an idiot than she is. Fair enough?
Right. And he kind of, and in my opinion, she was probably told to go up to the podium, like Dago said, and say that it wasn't a terrorist attack. So, and then this guy, today kind of threw her under the bus from yesterday, because he came out and said it was. So he kind of just slid her right up on under that bus.
But isn't he the guy that also said these two aren't connected?
Yeah.
Yeah, so someone could throw him under the bus tomorrow.
Yeah, so somebody will probably throw him under the bus tomorrow.
Saying. The next press conference, we're going to get another one now.
The idiocy is universal. The whole agency is built on idiots.
Right, and that's why I'm questioning them, because you got one that comes out and says, "Oh, this isn't a terrorist attack," which she was probably told by the FBI to say that.
Yep.
And then today you got one that comes out today and says, Yes, it was, but they're not related. So tomorrow somebody's going to come out and go, "Oh, the two are related." So you got already one FBI agent under the bus. Now you're going to have another one tomorrow. And there's no reason not to question them. There's no reason not to question them. And if you don't, then
we're just supposed to accept it, and a lot of people do. But when they do things like that, I refuse to. I'm sorry. I just won't.
Well, the interesting thing is we've lived through an area where people were very conscious of the term cancel culture, right?
Right.
We're familiar with that term. And what a lot of us have missed is that cancel culture was kind of a cover or a code word that you saw people doing to celebrities and other famous people. But what it was really hiding, folks, was the misuse of your legal system amongst your political bodies in this country, including, we're talking local, state, not necessarily always federal. But when you start looking at the prosecutions and the way they use their law against different people on different cases, that's the real cancel culture. Because what they do, like they're doing to Brian, is they destroy him in the public. Isn't it convenient that everything that was put out about that case showed a kid that went to a house, that stalked a house, that was at the house, that killed them, that studied his whole life to be a killer? Look at what they did to cancel this guy. And they're they use the legal system to do it to many of these people that we've seen canceled. And it's like our 1 and 1 ain't clicking in our brain. That cancel culture is the most significantly destructive thing in recent years. In that, look at what they do to the people that they want to take apart, whether you're guilty of a crime or not. The minute the mayor of New York City said that these migrants got to stop coming to our city, they immediately indicted the guy for some kind of election campaign fraud. What? Why? Because he disagreed with your immigration policy? Then the DOJ went. So my point is, cancel culture is much, much deeper and much more entwined into your processes, your district attorneys, whether it be in Georgia or it be here in Idaho, or it be in Chicago or New York, your Department of Justice and their lawyers there, your FBI. This cancel culture isn't just canceling, some guy that said he was going to vote for Trump and he's a Hollywood star. This cancel culture is a sickness where they're using the judicial system and the media to destroy people's lives. Right? And you rarely hear outcomes of these cases that they do this in. This Kohberger case is unique in that so many of us have paid attention to it. No matter your reason for paying attention to it, this is going to be a hard one for them to just walk away from now.
Oh, definitely. This is way overplayed, the O.J. Simpson scenario by miles, folks. So Dogecoin Bros is talking about where to go. Please go over to December.
I own Dogecoin.
Okay, I won't touch that stuff. But the December 16th CBS sighting, because Payne said under oath they didn't have Brian's name until December 19th. And
isn't that when they got the IGG back?
That's what I believe. December 19th. Yes, sir.
I'm pretty sure that's the timeline. And so for them to say they've had him under investigation for weeks, December 19th is only 11 days away from when they arrested him. So they had to have had his name before December 19th.
Right. And that's what they're saying is that Payne said that they saw him on December 16th at CBS.
Twiz is saying that's the FBI was following him, not
Payne said that he didn't have BK's name till the 20th. Right. Okay. And then, of course, we're still supposed to believe that those Indiana stops were not done on purpose, too. Okay. That's another thing, which I'll never believe. But
I live in Indiana. I don't believe it either.
Right.
Well, and you have to look at the big picture. 4 kids are murdered. So they're looking for a suspect. They want it solved. They want a suspect quick.
Yeah.
They want a suspect quick just to appease everybody. That's what they do.
Right.
That's what they do.
Well, in that case specifically, okay, there was pressure to have a suspect in custody. We know that. School was going to be starting back up. People were scared to death to be in the community. Didn't want to send their kids back to the college. That's a lot of money that's not going to be in that community at that point if those kids don't come back.
Right.
Because they were worried that this person was still at large. They had to have somebody in custody. They had to appease the community. End of story. And I'm not saying that they did it just for that reason, but come on, y'all. Look at it, okay?
Right.
That's why I feel that they didn't take their time on the investigation. They grabbed who they grabbed, and they have him now, and that's the end of it. They wanted to be done with it.
You have that document where the statement was made. We had been following him for, was it a few weeks or several weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what word was used? Was it a few or was it several?
I think it said weeks.
Well,
Just weeks.
Weeks, weeks, which could be more than 2.
It could be 2, 3, 6, 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay.
It depends on your perception of weeks.
Right.
Their weeks could be a week and a half. That could be weeks to
It
them.
could be 2, 4, 6, 8, whatever. Yes.
Yeah, it just depends on your perception of a week. What do they define as a week?
Right.
So
exactly. Echo.
He was arrested on the 29th or 30th.
3rd.
So let's just say the 30th,
30th.
because I'm not looking.
30th.
If you take 14 days off that, it backs it up to the 16th.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So if weeks only means 2, and then Brett Payne found out about his name on the 20th, he claims, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that would put the FBI 4 days ahead of Payne.
Right.
It doesn't seem like enough, but we'll have to determine and define what weeks he actually means.
That's very true. Very true. Welcome, I am me. Again, yes, I know, Vix. 22,000 Elantras, exactly. That's it right there. The 30th. They both said the 30th. I thought it was the 30th. Still, again, I just don't know. I just don't know, you guys. There's a lot of questions that I've had that have not changed, even through the motion hearings that we've seen and the things that have come out. It's added questions that I've had, and it's reiterated questions I've had. So again, I'm still stuck on the car situation. I truly do believe there is a secondary car. I want to know what car that is, where that car is, and who drove that car. Was Brian in that car? Very possibly, but I don't believe that the car that Brian owns is the car that they were talking about.
Well, it's not even a matter of believing it. The data that's been supplied to us tells us that the car is not Brian.
Well, that's what I mean, right? Exactly.
It's their stuff telling us that. We're not concluding that, like making the assumption.
Right.
Okay. Just be aware of that. We're not assuming that car was 11 to 13. It's been confirmed. And that matters in a significant way, and that the car may have zero. Absolutely. If there's life has coincidences, that could have been somebody not even connected to that house or to any of this crime at all. The fact that they saw it on camera those particular times doesn't make it part of the crime. They built it into the crime and even though Dylan made those statements, her statements still don't make that car. That's the sad part about this whole argument against Brian, is that everything is left for interpretation. Do I accept the interpretation Brett Payne has given me as the only possible outcome here? And this is the basis for reasonable doubt, right? Mm-hmm. That's why you go to a court, so that they can then be on a reasonable doubt, put your ass in prison or take your life. And so all of those details significantly matter, especially if you're the accused, right? Them details are hot.
Right. Absolutely not. There's another document that was dropped on the 27th of December that I wanted to read to you guys, and I wanted an opinion from anybody or everybody, because I have my own thoughts on this, and it's interesting. It was the motion to compel the ICR material and for sanctions. Okay. And I'm not going to read the whole comes now shit, because we all know we could probably read that in our sleep at this point. Okay. But
I'll be right back. I got a call.
Okay. The relevant facts in this, okay? Compelling, let me read the part here. Compelling proper disclosure and an extension of Mr. Kohberger's January 23rd of 25 deadline. Mr. Kohberger is prejudiced because he does not know what expert evidence the state intends to elicit. He does not know what expert evidence he must confront. Now, relevant facts. In this case, there are over 68 terabytes of discovery produced in a method that the defense has repeatedly referenced in pleadings and at a various motion hearings as extremely disorganized. There have been, and we've all heard in these motions where they've gotten pieces and parts of this shit over a period of months. Okay. It's not been put together. They just kind of put it all in a basket and threw the basket at them, basically. Okay. Here you go. And they moved on. So that's what they're meaning by disorganized. It's not been put together. It's not been, something they could look at comfortably and know where they're going with it. So just that's understood by
right, which is a huge issue when you were talking about 51 terabytes of data.
100%.
That should be set up in binders, and a binder should have enclosed index page 1, right?
And there's actually 68 terabytes they're putting in this document. So yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So
you're not just supposed to take a pile of shit and throw it in the air like 52 pickup.
No,
that's what they claim they've done, right?
Absolutely. So that being said, there have been 20 specific requests for discovery and 6 motions to compel filed by the defense. The court entered a redacted order governing further criminal proceedings and notice of trial setting on October 9th of 24 and has notified the parties that strict compliance with the court's order is expected. On December 18th, the state disclosed 25 experts. Of those, only 5 include actual expert reports. Notably, not a single DNA expert opinion or report was produced. This is what I'm pointing at. Not a single DNA expert opinion or report was produced. Not one. None. Instead, the state's disclosures refer to Bates numbered pages and says this disclosure is provided as an aid. It does not encompass all findings, expressed impressions, and conclusion or materials related to this expert's involvement in this case. It further does not in any way limit the scope of an expert's testimony. Further, this expert may testify about findings, impressions, and or conclusions that he or she drew from the work of other experts who previously examined or handled the evidence in question. At least 3 digital forensic experts are disclosed with lists of 67 electronic devices or third-party bases examined. Not a single report, again, of what the 3 experts will opine related to any specific device or data is disclosed. Okay? Now, the argument to that is that this is a capital murder case and nothing about it is clear-cut. The expert issues are complex, involving many different facets of DNA, cellular data, cell tower coverage and drive testing, car identification, crime scene and blood splatter analysis, fingerprint analysis, forensic pathology, and electronic device analysis of the suspect, victims, and alternative suspects. Alternative suspects. Remember that. And social media accounts. At issue is the state's supplemental response to request for discovery regarding expert testimony and its exhibits filed December 18th of 24. The disclosure lists 25 experts and provides curricula vitae 5 with expert opinion reports and others with reference to Bates numbered pages or items, but no opinion, data, or methodology. What the state's disclosure does not do is follow the rule, which states that expert witnesses on a written request of the defendant, the prosecutor must provide a written summary or report of any testimony that the state intends to introduce at trial or at a hearing pursuant to Rule 702, 03, 05 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence. The summary provided must describe the witness's opinions and the facts and data for those opinions. The witness's qualifications, disclosure of the expert opinions regarding mental health must also comply with the requirements of Idaho Code 18207. The prosecution is not required to produce any materials not subject to disclosure under subsection G of this rule. This subsection does not require disclosure of expert witnesses, their opinions, the facts and data for those opinions, or the witness's qualifications intended only to rebut evidence or theories. So the Court of Appeals has held the plain text of Rule 16.7 requires the disclosure of expert witnesses' opinions, the facts and data for those opinions, and also any testimony that the state intends to introduce pursuant to 7020305, blah, blah, blah. So at that point, why are they not providing any documentation, any opinions, or anything from any of this? How are they not doing that?
And how do you protect yourself from expert testimony of evidence that they've collected? Okay. And you don't know what evidence that's going to be, and you have no idea what the expertise of the expert that they're going to put on the stand really lies on.
Right.
So, you know, are they going to put a DNA guy that gets up there and starts talking about fingerprints? Are they? And so this is why you need to know exactly what you're being accused of.
Right.
Okay. And that includes the testimony of those that are going to go against you. Because you have to prepare in a case like this. What do I got to hire every electronics expert in the world because they might bring up an aspect of electronics we're unaware of? Yep. Do I need every specialist on every aspect of DNA, or is there a specific topic of DNA you're going to present? And it's insane that this prosecutor, I don't know, maybe he's hoping Kohberger stays there long enough he'll plead guilty. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, and Heather just said, did the state never intend to get a conviction? Because it sure does look like that in some senses. Right. That's the thing. Is that what he's waiting for? For Brian to come forward and say, okay, I did it. Take me. You know what I mean? Because that's not going to happen.
Kid's been in jail 2 years. Fair enough.
It's not going to happen at this point.
I think the message is clear. It's not going to happen. And the more she files and the more that gets revealed, the less likely it appears that the prosecution should just step back. And they should say that at this time, although the evidence is compelling and we believe we have the right man, we're going to suspend this prosecution until further investigation is completed. Because this will allow you to continue. That way, if he did do it, they can always come back. But see, nobody wants to admit they made a mistake.
Oh,
I don't know why society is like that, man. We're so programmed not to want to admit when we're wrong.
Right.
It's like
we're human.
Right.
I agree. We're human. To err is human, guys. It's okay to make mistakes, but to roll with it without admitting to it, that's the problem. And Sleuthie said a lot of prosecutors bank on a plea deal. In this case, though, it's a capital case. I can't see a plea deal ever coming out of this, ever.
Most of their convictions are based on plea deals, Sleuthie.
Especially his.
Well, in every jurisdiction where there's a district attorney's office, the majority of the cases are handled through a plea deal. And you know, in the majority of the cases too, I'm not defending people there's 100% innocence. Many of the people did commit the crime they're being accused of.
Oh, right.
And they know taking a deal is going to be the simplest way to dispose of it. So
yeah.
So there's a lot of good reasons for a plea deal too. That again, and I say there's a lot. The justice system protects the defendant. It's weighted towards you. But the way these guys have managed this case, and so far, I'm surprised Judge let it even leave his jurisdiction and didn't shut it down while it was in his court.
I don't think he wanted anything to do with it. The new judge, I don't see him allowing any bullshit to go down. But
we as people should treat that like your pilot decides he doesn't want to fucking fly anymore, and you're 40,000 feet in the air.
Right.
I mean, who's going to accept that?
Right. Yeah, I didn't think, and I said this before, I don't think that Judge ever wanted to handle this case, truly. And I think it was kind of a relief for him when it was taken away. And the new judge, though, is not, in my opinion, he's a no-nonsense type judge. He's not going to play with either side. So however this is going to play out, I don't think this is going to go over like this. I truly don't. I don't think he's going to allow prosecution to do any of the dumb shit and or the defense. So hopefully he'll find the truth in the middle somewhere and make it happen. That's all I'm saying. Well, see, at this point, prosecution has seen how important it is to Kohberger to get the death penalty off the table. And that's true too. I get it. I get it. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it.
No, and you know, the funny thing is too, if you remember when I said a long time ago that Bryankohberger's alibi are the police that actually investigated him. And you go back to the testimony of Brett Payne and others that have been involved in this case.
Right.
And when most damning is when Brent says none of the video can be connected to Bryankohberger or his car. All the collected, because Ann asked that question. So is it safe to say of all the collected videos you have, none of that identifies my client or his vehicle? And Brett Payne goes, yeah.
Yep.
When that revelation is made to the public and it's made on record, that you don't have any way to connect Kohberger, even being in the vehicles that you got on video, let alone him being at the crime scene. I mean, just think about how damning that is.
I agreed. Yes, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Now, how do you make the leap that if you can't confirm any of them videos, that one video that's clearly a different car, how do you put Bryan at the crime scene? I hope this judge is that kind of a hard ass where he looks at the law for what the law is supposed to be doing.
I agree. Twiz says, Deuces Deckham, the cast report BK and Lewiston Clarkston after the crime cause he wasn't in Moscow. Checkmate. Right. Again, they're that's the thing there. He wasn't in the States. So how are they gonna I just don't understand how they're making this happen. I don't get it. So I
find it rather amazing that most streamers aren't really obsessed with this particular angle on the case, because it shows such a flagrant disregard of right and wrong and justice. Let's take what Twiz says, as he was out of this area completely south. What do you say, Lewiston, during the time of the crimes? Believe me when I tell you, folks, the charging officer or officers involved here knew that. That's what I was saying when it comes to, like, when she tried to get him to draw a map, she gave him his own map. You know, the escape map that he drew. And she asked him, "Did you collect videos from this? No. Yeah. Did any of those videos show Bryankohberger's car? No.
Nope.
No. Well, then how could you put that on a document showing that was his escape route?
Exactly.
It's mind-boggling to me that this has gone.
Twiz said he can tell exactly why Payne put the route that way. Let's hear it, brother. Go ahead.
And now what Twiz is saying, if that's accurate, it's even worse than that, because it shows a blatant disregard for the truth. Okay. And you can't make all of these mistakes about the identity of the car, about the location of the car, about the escape route of the car. You can't make all of those mistakes, and they're the primary reason you got a warrant to arrest somebody. I mean, just look at it, and that's such a small little world of view. All of this information is unverifiable and completely unprovable. Yet that's the same information you use to arrest an American citizen for a quadruple homicide. That to me is freakish, man. It's insane. What's happened to this country?
Yeah, it's a mess. It really is. With everything, not just this, but this definitely is not.
yeah. I don't want to get into anything beyond where we are.
But yeah, it's everything nowadays. Right? It really is.
And somehow we as Americans, we buy into this argument of whether he did it or not. Right?
That's the number one question answer scenario is, did he do it? Yes or no? End of story.
Right.
No,
nobody looked
into it.
How about that Anthony girl that got acquitted, right?
Yeah.
Did any of us look? I mean, were anybody paying attention to how they got to her, how they came up, what their investigation is, what their evidence? Did anybody follow what the police themselves did in that case? Like the Karen Reed case, people seem to have paid attention into that, and they all seem to think that she's being framed, right? But for some reason, all the mistakes made in that case are worse in the Kohberger case, because this kid could be killed. That woman could have spent 10, 12 years in jail.
Right. Yeah, the Karen Reed situation is that's a whole other show. There's so many things that are off on that one too. So many things.
The most current thing is the district attorney office that actually brought those charges that was then all destroyed, and the judge, whatever, the outcome that we see, right? Is a hung jury. Okay. That office with all the other qualified district attorneys to try that case, that office, all of those capable attorneys refused to take that back to court again. The state had to hire an attorney from somewhere else. From
outside. Yeah, I heard that.
Right. I mean, if your own prosecution office doesn't want to take a case to court that their boss took and lost,
that should tell you something. Yeah. Agreed. That's insane. Even if everything he said in the PCA ended up being incorrect, the judge would base a decision on whether Payne thought what he put in was true at the time that he wrote it. Okay. Well, still. Just saying,
the judge may want to consider that, but when you charge somebody with a crime, the judge has to determine if the evidence in front of him likely equals you committing that crime.
Mhm.
And so, Sleuthy, where in the PCA, take the DNA out, where pre-DNA, where pre-arrest, is there anything in that PCA that puts Bryankohberger at that house? That's always troubled me, Sleuthy. Everything that they do describe, they try to describe as putting him there. He took 12 previous trips at a similar time of night.
Mhm.
Right? They try to paint the picture that he was at that house, but even that doesn't place him at the house in a similar route at a similar time of night, connecting to the
Right.
same tower.
Right.
That still doesn't make Bryan a party to the particular crime he's accused of. So I've always had trouble with how they even arrested him on those statements, because they're not factually based. They're an opinion of a cop, and his
Mhm.
opinion isn't enough to arrest you. My opinion of Dago shouldn't allow Dago to become arrested because of my opinion of him.
That's true. That is true. Payne had 0 location data. He invented BK's route.
And that's proven. Now, he's been proven correct when Payne admits that the route
Right.
that he left could have been other ways.
Exactly.
Right? He admitted to understand when she said, so he didn't have to take 95. There's other ways out of the, yeah, there are. Did you find him on any of those areas? No, we didn't.
And that's the
idiot.
thing. Like, why is that accepted? Why is that acceptable and to be okay that he did that? You know what I mean? Well, Sleuthy said, wait, explain to me why we'd ignore the DNA.
We ignore the DNA because there is no evidence placing him at the house. So the DNA, they got to Bryankohberger somehow. Maybe they did it through IgG, which was, and that's what we do know to be true. So prior to the IgG, take that out of the sequence. The rest of the evidence that they're going to use to support his commission of the crime is all inaccurate and unprovable and untrue.
Right.
And they used inaccurate, unprovable, untrue information in a warrant to then actually get a warrant to buccal swab the kid and finally directly match him. But they never truly directly matched Bryan prior to the arrest.
Right.
They matched the father to their sample as the likeliness. This sample, that person's likely the father of the person that committed the crime.
Right.
Okay. But take that out and set it off to the side. What puts him in the house, Sleuthy? What in that accusatory instrument says Bryankohberger was here and he did it?
Mm-hmm. Twist says, what we will see is a Nellos Luxbor hit when his phone reconnects to the service in Clarkston. Cy will know the phone connected to service again, not the phone being turned on. There you go.
What did you say again?
What we will see is I don't know what this word here was. Sorry, Twiz. A Nellos / locked bore hit when his phone reconnects to service in Clarkston. Cy will then know the phone connected to service again, not that the phone was being turned on. That's interesting. That should take that right out of the equation.
I just put what Sleuthy set up on the screen, and
She
this
said, right,
what
but
she
when
said
a
there.
judge signs off on the arrest warrant, they are taking everything in the PCA at full face value.
Okay, and this is what we accept our courts to do, and this is where we the people should step up and say, no, look, there's many cases where a judge will tell a person applying for an arrest warrant, I'm sorry, but you need more conclusive evidence. And they can even tell the officer applying for the warrant exactly what evidence would be acceptable to assign the warrant.
Okay.
So it's not always true what you had stated about what a judge does when a policeman presents them. The judge is beholden to find probable cause, a likelihood that this person actually committed the crime, and that standard is placed upon that judge when they approve a probable cause warrant. So a probable cause warrant isn't like a license to go fishing for whatever you want. It has to establish the likelihood that you committed that crime. Now, you can use third-party information in a warrant application, such as I was at the car dealership across the street when I saw a man that had a beard and a mustache, was rather short and kind of heavy set. Not to say his name is Dago. I don't know his name yet. But that I saw that guy run out of a gas station, jump in his car, and speed away. If people give you that kind of a description, it's still third party. It's a witness statement.
Right.
Right. It's third party statement.
That would be hearsay.
That you can use to get a warrant. Yeah, there is a judge there not requiring a high level of evidence and not checking it.
Right.
But do they not ever? They don't ask the officer for data to check their work. But when when you're looking at a murder scene, right? You would want to have something that places the person you're accusing at the scene, wouldn't you, Dago? Does that seem fair? Okay.
Yes.
And even that judge should have known when the cop said, it's been my experience that when a criminal turns off a phone, they do it to mask their location from the police.
Yeah.
At that point, the judge should have perked their ears up if they're any kind of a judge and say, wait a minute, how do you know this person did that? Is this person a known criminal? What background do you have on this Mr. Kohberger you want this warrant for? Do you have something that shows he's been? So my point is, any judge with 2 cents in their head would be very careful before they arrest you for a quadruple homicide.
Right.
In this case, now, if there were witnesses and you had his fingerprints and you had video of him, no, you wouldn't even review the warrant, right?
Right.
But this is very, very different.
Yep.
So
that makes
total
sense.
malfeasance on the part of everybody there.
Right. She says, if you ask me, the core problem there is a judge not requiring a high level of evidence and checking it, but they don't ask the officer for data to check their work, which is very good point.
You wouldn't have had to ask him to check his work. His work was exculpatory. His work placed Bryan everywhere that wasn't that house.
Yeah.
Did he lie to the court and say that the video that they had of that car was Bryan's? Did he do that? I don't know yet. We don't know. But if he did do that, then that car would place Bryan at the scene of the crime. That would be sufficient to charge him in a warrant. Fair enough? There you go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. The officer doesn't check, but the judge is there to review that warrant and sign it or not sign it. And if it's deficient in any way, the judge will not sign it and tell you why. I know that to be true.
Right.
So, in this case, if Payne said that his car was around that property and it's consistent with Dylan Morton's testimony, then they would issue a warrant. That may be exactly the strength under which they would issue that warrant. His car on video.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I understand, folks, that the judge isn't going to determine innocent or guilt of what the cop brings her, but she has to make sure what the cop's alleging is verifiable enough that it warrants arresting a citizen.
Right.
Right. And again, so if the judge is viewing that car was Bryan's, then that judge didn't do anything wrong. They took the cop at his word. He signed it and swore under oath that to his knowledge, all of that was true.
Right. And then she said here that we do know that everything in the PCA is what was given to the judge, which is true.
Okay. And now we know that the car wasn't his. It's like, somebody help us here.
Oh, right. All right. Twizzle sent me what his route will most likely be, in his opinion, which is, it's a map. It shows it here. Thank you, Twizzle. Let me blow it up a little bit, guys. All right. So it shows from Pullman. Oh, I blew it too big. Hold on. Okay, there we go. 40 miles. So that's what you believe that the route would be.
Yeah, that's the route that Bryan had claimed he'd always taken to get, who drove that? Somebody drove that.
Actually, I think Twizzle drove it himself. It's from Clarkston to Pullman.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. You drove this, didn't you, Twiz? And that's where the cell tower first covers, right? Yeah, he went there. I remember that.
Can I answer a quick question by Matt O?
Yeah, you can answer whatever you want.
How do we know the car isn't Bryankohberger's? Because the FBI and even the arresting officer and testimony have conceded that the car that they did visualize in their video is an 11 to 15 Hyundai Elantra. Bryankohberger does not own an 11 to 13 Elantra. So from the very beginning, Matt, when they came looking for that car, the FBI agent that made that identification has confirmed that his identification is accurate and that he, in fact, identified a 14 to 16 from a different video or a different image.
Different image, right. And then to back up real quick, Sleuthy said that that's not what she was getting at. What she was saying, and I get it, was that...
No, I agree with her 100%. I talked myself into a circle till I realized the car was part of the accusation. And so that would have, in the judge's mind, instantly placed Brian at that scene.
Right.
That made it likely that he was the doer of that crime based on the timeline in that PCA. I'm sorry there, Sleuth.
All right. Thank you, Cammie. Just gifted 10 memberships. Wow. That's awesome, Cammie. It looks like Heather Fitzgerald, Baywatcher, Jeffrey, or no, I'm sorry, not Jeff. Jeff was in the middle of that. Baywatcher, Sarah D. Irish, Carla Miles, Heather Newman, Combat Vet 49, Sassy Italian 2, Girl Next Door, The Royal We, Bombshell. All of you, welcome to the sauce. And thank you again, Cammie. That was very generous, and God bless. Awesome. 10 memberships. That's great. Absolutely love it. But yeah, that's a shame, though. That's a problem, though. If we go backwards for a minute, guys, what Sleuthie's saying is how, if a judge is not going to vet the information, they just take their word on it. That's kind of bullshit.
But in a sense, they can't. Imagine that they'd have to have a whole team of investigators to go reinvestigate what the cops bring into her. That would be senseless. Right?
I mean, yeah.
You know, that you'd never get anything done. Talk about bureaucracy. Oh, my God. No, I agree with 100%. And it wasn't until I realized that in my own head that car is part of the PCA, and they're alleging that that's him in that car. That was enough for the judge to sign that warrant instantly.
Okay.
But now knowing that all that information is untrue, let's skip the judge that signed the warrant. What should the system do when all of the information in the actual application for a warrant can't be proven or is in fact proven to be false? What then should happen to the charged defendant? Shouldn't they not be released? Shouldn't the case not be dismissed?
I agree. Yep. That makes sense.
Right. Shouldn't any evidence that comes after that be fruit from the poison tree, including the DNA? Shouldn't that mean that even if this kid did it, it doesn't matter? Because these people did such a like donkey job on, I was going to say the other word, but I don't want to swear, such a donkey job of putting together their information.
It is a jackass job. Yes, you can say that, Sarge. We swear here now. But yeah, absolutely. I can agree. And
we do swear here now.
Oh, we have been swearing I do at least. Did you guys choose to? That's up to you. But when it
I must have broke you in just before I left the last time I was on.
No, I just got tired of there's no reason not to. We're all grown ups. We can handle it. When it becomes a problem is how difficult it is to prove that the police knew what they were writing was incorrect and they did it anyway. That is a huge.
You don't need to prove that as the defense attorney. What you need to prove is that the warrant on its face is deficient because it was unfactual. And they're using an unfactual document to obtain an arrest warrant, which then proceeded into actual warrants of investigation. I think that's where Ann is definitely focusing on right now. You know, I mean, you can't charge me for robbing the donut store on the 1st of October when I really robbed it on the 13th of September.
Right. And
Matt, let's come correct here.
Right.
You build a whole case about October 1st and the car I drove, and none of that's accurate. I did it on foot on the 13th, stupid. Right.
Yeah. Matt says the cops have to divulge all the evidence they have in the PCA. Twiz says are they allowed to lie? He's asking that back.
No,
so
you can't lie in a PCA. You can't lie when you're an American citizen.
That's why we're told that we need to follow the PCA as our product of information on this fully. But
No, but a PCA is what I refer to. I call it, I don't call it a probable cause arrest. I call it an instrument. What is it? I figure anyway, I call it something different, but I can't now because I can't remember what the hell I call it. An accusatory instrument, which in most cases will include a significant, if not all of the information available to the investigators up until the point of writing that warrant. Generally, like if you look at a warrant and a lot of these other murder cases, especially multiple homicides or serial killers, you will see a pretty complex allegation, an instrument to accuse, to allege they did it with evidence supporting those statements that he did it. It's very common to see most, if not all, of what they found in that initial arrest warrant. They can then build upon that, but it appears as if everything they applied to for a warrant, such as searching his car, all turned out to be exculpatory. So all of the search warrants for his apartment, for his workplace, his automobile, his parents' home, it appears that they found no evidence against the individual.
Right.
Right. So my point is that every step they take forward in making an accusation, they then also offer a complete contradiction to what they've alleged. It's very chaotic.
Yeah. Right.
Well, a policeman can lie to you on the street. A policeman can lie to you if he's actually prosecuting his duties.
Yeah, from my understanding, they're allowed to lie. They have lied and are able to lie to get their suspect in custody if they need to.
Correct.
Bring an interrogation and stuff like that,
Yeah.
from my understanding. So yes. When it comes to documentation, though, if it's an affidavit, they cannot lie on that. That's how I understand this. So I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But that's my understanding.
We're almost to 100 likes.
Well, let's do it, folks. Let's do it. 97. We need 3 more. Make them up. Please and thank you. Let's get it. Let's hit that algorithm today. I greatly appreciate it, guys. I really do. And it's great to see all of you in here. I just saw Nelly. I haven't seen Nelly in a long time.
Looking at your studio?
Because I had that thing up there and I never pulled it down because I'm an idiot. That's all.
Derp.
Of course. And it's great to see all the people that I've seen in here. Twizzle, Nelly, everybody. I appreciate seeing you guys. It's been a long time.
Your statistics.
Yes.
There they go. Who else stepped up here? We haven't heard a word from that person. Steven,
he's usually pretty quiet. He just likes to listen.
I've never seen, heard, or even. He doesn't speak sign language, does he?
Oh, he's up here. Go ahead, Steven.
How you doing, Sarge?
Hey, how are you?
Do you have any thoughts on this, Stephen? Welcome, Mark Clements, 101. Thank you, sir, for that. We are at 101, folks.
This case is sort of like chaotic. I call it. It's more chaos than more of the. It's not like like what Sarge said. It's not like a Karen Reed or one of these missing cases or whatever. It's more like, do you really got it all there, or where's the facts and where's the truth? Where's the information that we all need to see? And Sergeant Flood is probably on the ballpark on that. They just don't have it together, really, to me.
Yeah, I don't think they ever had it together, and for whatever reason they continued on. I like I had pointed out earlier in the stream that the crime scene itself is very suspicious. I question whether an outsider intruded into the home at all, because every door in that house was locked. Or at the very least, we all know every door, every bedroom door, every entry door had the capacity to be locked individually from one another. So if you're telling me someone walked into that home through a sliding glass door that was locked and got in, didn't damage anything, walked upstairs and went through potentially another locked door to the girl's bedroom. And we know the bedroom's locked because of the testimony around Zaina and questions about her father fixing the lock. We know that the doors are locked because Dana said, or Dylan, I froze in shock face. I went in my room and closed and locked the door. So it's hard for me to wrap my head around somebody walking in off the street to do what was done there. To me, it more appears like a crime scene that was done from within. That seems more consistent with the facts that they've given us as far as the condition of that home. That's how I view this crime. I don't think an outsider came in the middle of the night through a sliding glass door. I can't accept that with the knowing what we know. Someone's going to have to show me that. They're going to have to show pictures of broken doors or broken locks or gouge marks from the K-bar in the wood to jimmy the door. I mean, did all of these victims just open the door and let them in? And if so, that indicates familiarity with the person you were letting in. So you can, I mean, based on their accusations, you got to throw that one out the window. So show me forced entry somewhere on that property. And they've not been able to do that. They haven't even tried to. And that, to me, that's why I'm dead set on thinking that the interior of that home is where that killer came from. That silenced everybody.
Could be. There's a lot of could be's with this. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. It could be. I'm just assessing it on data. It's not. The only door that I've ever had issues with is they're saying that rear slider that was in the kitchen was broken or it didn't lock, and that
that's the only thing I know that I've heard stated. So
Okay, but here's the thing: if you have a slider,
let
me just throw this out here. This is just my opinion.
right.
If I have a slider in my home that is broken that will not lock, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut a stick to the length of the back of that slider.
Right.
And I'm going to stick it there. So no, they're not going to come in unless they break that glass.
Well, from my understanding, that was after the fact.
Wasn't it claimed that they used a stool to do that?
Yeah, but that was after the fact, I believe, not beforehand. So we don't know.
But they never indicated a broken door lock on the sliding glass door in any of the documents or anything we've heard come from the police.
No. That's true. And Nellie, first of all, Nellie, it's wonderful to see you, dear. I hope you've had a wonderful holiday, and I've missed seeing you. I find it interesting. It isn't mentioned in the PCA that anyone heard as someone entered the property. Yet Dylan heard that there's someone here. That's a good point. That's a very good point. That's never been talked about, truly. Again, there's a lot of things like that statement that should have been put out there and had not been.
Listen, in totality, if you take Bryankohberger and just throw him out of your mind, throw everything out of your mind and read this case and its accusations from the beginning, pay a special attention to the data the police are given from survivors. And when you try to wrap your head around that, it becomes very difficult not to make them part of what happened in the home, either one or both. It's so unlikely most of us would agree that you could hear somebody say, there's somebody here. It's okay. I'm here to help. And yet not hear the execution of 4 of your roommates at all.
And I'll never understand that. That's what I'm saying. I'll never understand how your room is positioned directly below the upstairs crime scene and directly next door to the one on the same level as you, and you didn't hear anything other than that.
And anything she heard, let's be honest with each other. Anything she heard is something that you would hear on any given night. Let's be honest.
Of course.
I may have heard the dog bark, right?
So I may have heard
her description of events. Her description of events don't step outside the norm of what she's used to experiencing in that home when you get right down to just taking her word at what she said. Was she always in the habit of opening her door when she heard the dog bark? Is that how she responded to that every time? Is that a common thing?
Why did she open the door and close it 3 times?
Right.
That's 3 times. That's an uncomfortable situation to me, that somebody has to open the door 3 times to check something that you're probably used to hearing on a regular basis. That's different to me. Hey, Natalie, good to see you.
I mean, she doesn't allege that she encountered anything that unusual until she brings up the third opening of the door and the guy clad in black.
Right.
Okay. So she didn't do anything in fear. Her explanations of why she opened her door all 3 times weren't built from fear of harm or something happening in that home that would naturally make a person afraid. Even a scream or something. See, that's what just tears me up with her testimony or her witness statement. It's
right.
Okay, so you did these 3 normal things. But yet the complete crazy abnormal stuff that actually happened in the house is completely unknown to you and completely unheard and completely
right. And then we waited. And then after all that, as you for the 3rd time opened and closed your door, are thinking that this person left the home. You didn't go out and see what he was doing in the house, possibly, or go out to talk to the people that aren't answering their phones that you claim to be calling, knowing that they were in the house. You didn't do that. Neither did the other roommate that you were communicating with during the commission of the crime. Okay. And then you waited 8 hours to contact anybody before that, anything else after that. That still is absolute bullshit to me.
It's just a story that deserves a strong investigation. Did they bring these young women to the barracks? Did they ask a female officer to strip search them? Did they swab them for anything? Did they examine them? What kind of question? Were they questioned and interrogated? Were they told that they were entitled to have a lawyer present? Did any of this happen?
Right.
We don't know.
Nope.
But I strongly feel that that's a huge part. That's a big problem for me to accept anybody came in from the outside, because we can't exclude the occupants based on the scene as we're being told it was.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah.
How can you exclude the people in the house? Nobody heard nothing, but yet you were texting each other at 4 a.m. According to the police, they downloaded your phones. That information was used to support the timeline.
Exactly. That's how they built the PCA.
And did Dylan describe what she described at those points of time in the day that coincided with this particular car that they claim is involved? How could her story be so in step with the movements of that car? Is that just happenstance? In other words, she never alleged there was a car involved. She never once said anything about a car.
No, she
or
didn't.
Seeing anybody even leave the house. He walked out towards the sliding glass door. So how did this car get tied in? And how is it that car's movements are so coincidentally connected to her description of what happened in the house? That's suspicious to me.
That is a very good point. Absolutely.
Right?
Very good point. Yes. Nellie says, in a party house, there's someone here tells me that someone was at the door. Even if Kaylee heard someone come upstairs, that wouldn't be unusual. Someone knocked on the door, in her opinion. And I still think, and this is just an opinion of mine, that Kaylee was in her own bedroom with the dog and heard something going on across the hall. The dog started whimpering or sniffing or scratching at the door. She got up and walked in, and that's how I think she ended up in that bedroom. That's my own opinion, okay? I don't think she started off in that bedroom with Maddie either. And that's, again, that's something I've thought from day one. That's why I think the dog was locked in the bedroom. So,
yeah, it's a terrible thing. And to me, the fact that stuff's all supposed to be ignored.
Right.
But I have to accept Brian turned off his phone because he was going to go commit this crime because of your experience as a police officer dealing with criminals.
Yeah.
That has to also apply to this college student with a degree, right? PhD, yeah. Right? A degree the cop, nor probably most of us in this fucking discussion have ever even attained. There's old Brian, the criminal.
Right. How you doing, Sleuthy? Thanks for joining us tonight.
I'm good.
You cut out.
Are you driving?
I think so. Can you hear me?
You can call in from your car.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Oh, so it won't let me. Okay, I figured it out. It won't let me leave the screen. Okay, so I was sitting here just thinking, and like, while I agree with everything about hashing out everything that is a part of Dylan's story, and while I think that the person or persons whose place it was to scrutinize that story was the police.
Mm-hmm.
The problem at this point now is how will you scrutinize it? You'll have to scrutinize it on cross-examination at trial, obviously.
Right.
But the question will be, will Ann do that? Like, she'll have to balance, she will have to balance the fact that the jury is likely going to be looking at Dylan as a surviving victim to a crime. So do they go up there and pick it apart like it should have been by the police in front of the watchful eyes of a jury, where they might be hated after that point because they're traumatizing further a surviving victim, or will she go easy on her and just kind of
she can handle that? You know what I think she's going to do, Sleuthy? She's going to be very compassionate towards this survivor, and then remind the survivor that the only reason she's going to ask the questions that she has to ask her is because a man's life is in the balance. And it's important that the information she communicated is accurate, because this gentleman is about to lose his life, and we need to make sure we have the wrong guy. And then start her questioning. And I think she's an extraordinarily capable lawyer, even in her emotions and that I see. I think she'll knock a home run with Dylan.
Yeah, I think
without being hated.
The guilt trip. That's what I think is going to happen. Truly,
right? I mean, she vehemently got up in court and said, "My client is innocent." Now, of course, all defense lawyers are to say that and think that, but she did that, right? And so I think she has the tenacity to go after any of the people that they bring up on that stand, whether it be Dylan or Bethany or it be Bill Thompson himself. I don't think.
We won't know the whole deal with Bethany until You know, I think that she would be, depending on what all she has to say, which we still don't know, but I think that just from what I know right now, I think that she would be not looked at as like a surviving victim, but like less so than someone who claims to have encountered the actual kill. You know what I mean? Like she was separated if she didn't know, let's say she gets called and she didn't know anything that was happening and didn't know that anybody was in the house, and she was totally removed from the whole situation, never heard a thing. That's entirely different, but we won't know until then. But I think that there's a couple, not issues, but there's just things to consider. And I'm not a lawyer like Ann is a lawyer, but just some things that she will have to consider, or probably is already considering. Really, her best bet would be to be able to depose Dylan and get statements from her before they ever show up at trial. But if she can't, then the confrontation would obviously have to happen in front of the jury. And I think that, like, one of the things is, and you all already know this, I doubt she would say, you know, you saw this guy with bushy eyebrows and he was about this, you know, was the person that you saw, though, can you say that the person that you saw was Bryankohberger, was my client? Do you see that person here?
Was he in the courtroom? Right.
Because because of the chance that she'd say yes. So
she won't ask questions she doesn't have an answer to already. That's
right.
The rule number one of a defense or any attorney. You never ask a question you don't have the answer to.
But I do think that, like you said on cross, it's going to be, she'll do it with compassion, but I think they're going to be aggressive questions, if that makes any sense.
Well, and that's the other thing, saying you don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. We also don't know, for instance, if she was shown a lineup of people and was unable to identify Bryankohberger specifically. Okay.
Right.
If that happened, then I would expect her to say, because even if she did say, yes, he's right there, then you'd have that to fall back.
And I also expect one of the main questioning topics to be, what was the conversation that was going on, if it was going on, between you and Bethany during the commission of the crime in the text messaging scenario? What was that all about, and why? I think that's going to be something that's going to be approached.
And can I just add that her own words that she went into a frozen shock phase and locked her door, is also a significant problem for the prosecution.
Of course.
And whatever she may have done in interacting with Bethany or any other person after that moment in time, we don't know. After that statement, we don't know anything else about Bethany or what Dylan did, other than she went in her room. We assume she slept, went back to bed. We don't know.
Well, that's the only thing that makes any sense.
We do know the cops used her cell phone data, right?
That's how they built the PC, 100%. And that 8-hour scenario is going to be one of the biggest questions that's brought about, Rowena. I agree with that. Why?
They admitted when they got to the scene, there were a whole bunch of other kids there.
Right.
Were they all brought in question? Were their DNA taken? Did you sample their for anything? Did you?
Why did you contact all these people before you contacted law enforcement? Why? You know what I mean? Why did you not contact law enforcement right away? Why didn't you contact law enforcement? Here's my biggest issue. Now, I'm going to go backwards a little bit, guys. It was obvious in her statement in the PCA. Now, listen to this, okay? That she was uncomfortable with what she saw and heard, or she would not have put it in the PCA the way she did in the statement she made, that she opened and closed her door 3 different times. So there was an uncomfortableness there at that point. Why did you not call 911 then? Why did you not walk out into your home after you believed that the perpetrator left? Why did you not do any of those things?
That's a question we all asked. Why, if you went into the frozen shock phase and locked yourself in your bedroom, didn't you with your phone call for some kind of help from the outside? Even if it was a boyfriend.
Right. Nobody for 8 hours. That's
that we know of, Dago. We don't know.
Well, I'm just saying that has to be one of the primary topics while she's on the stand.
One of the things.
And how did they handle all those kids that were at the crime scene? Did they treat them all as potential suspects? Did they round them all up and put them in different cars and bring them to different rooms and search them and swab them? Because that's what you're supposed to do when you get to a crime scene that horrific.
Right.
Anybody that's observing or in the driveway, they have to go through a routine.
I doubt it
You
very
can't.
seriously. I hate to
I don't
say
think
it,
they'd
but
not. I don't think they couldn't have done it all in that day.
Do you think the crime scene was already contaminated when they got there?
Absolutely.
Yes, they already admit that there were the police and they're talking on the news that there were kids in the house.
Absolutely.
Right. So,
When
but
Hunter was called in and walked in the house, the crime scene was contaminated at that point.
I can tell you what if I woke up and it's just supposed to be me and my roommates in the house, and I woke up and opened my door.
I'm
and
not
I've
there.
got my phone with me, and there's a man that goes, "I'm here to help," and he's not supposed to be in my freaking house.
It would
I'm
be
going
me.
to close my door and call 911.
It would be me, Kimber. Don't call 911.
But yeah, agreed, and that's what most people.
That would be
say,
you, sir. Okay, I won't call 911, sir.
That's
But no.
exactly what most people would say. Okay, and that's what my question is: if you were uncomfortable enough to lock yourself in your room, why didn't you call police at that point?
Right. And then if you did, go ahead.
But it's like Sarge said, because I'm sure that he didn't shout at her and go, "I'm here to help." I'm sure he said it in a low tone. "I'm here to help." So
she
if
said
she heard,
thought she heard that. That wasn't even something that was clearly stated.
right,
Kimber.
but if she thought she heard that, it was probably said in a low tone. How do you not hear your roommates right above you being stabbed to death? Because you know there was some screaming going on
And some bouncing around up there, in my opinion.
Yes,
I think Kaylee put up a hell of a fight, and you had to hear the banging on the wall, stomping, slamming, yelling. Any of it? You didn't hear none of that. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. And yeah, the smell would be horrible. The next morning, Meg, I do agree. I've been on those scenes.
Here's a new twist. You want a new twist? It's okay. I'm here to help you. That statement. You want to hear a twist to that? It was said to her.
To Dylan?
Yes. Listen. Everybody in this panel, listen to me. It's okay. I'm here to help you. Doesn't that not feel like I'm talking directly to you?
It does. It does.
So what the hell are you here to help me with? If you say, "Okay, I'm here to help you," I'm definitely calling the cops. What the hell are you here to help me with at 4:00 in the morning in my house? And you're a strange man.
Maybe an alibi or the cleanup of the mess. Maybe a cover up of the crime scene. It's okay. I'm here to help. I'm here to help you. He thought she heard that. And I thought maybe in my own head that that's something a police officer or an emergency worker would say, or somebody that surprises you out of the blue. They say, "No, that's okay. I'm here to help." Right? Because there's something obviously you and that person that intruded upon you see requires some kind of assistance. So it's either a statement made out of like, "It's okay. I'm here to help," out of accidental connection with somebody, or it's a statement made to somebody in need by a professional that tenders to him like Dago did, or a policeman, or it's a statement made directly to another person like Dylan.
Right.
To me, there's not that many options where you can place that statement against that crime scene.
I'm going back in my room and I'm calling 911 and I'm whispering and going, "There's somebody in my house. Come help."
And there's another roommate in that house that is communicating back and forth with her as well. I don't
know if they said that. Didn't they just say they downloaded their phones to come up with the timeline?
Steve is the one that said that he knew for a fact that those two were communicating back and forth during the commission of the crime. That came out of his mouth.
I won't even accept what he said. But as far as we know, I still said that whatever they downloaded, to its relevance to being a text or a phone call or whatever. We don't know that for a fact.
Right.
But what we do know is whatever they got from that phone helped establish the crime. So we can, we can assume that means they text or call. Right. And that's a safe bet. It's definitely a safe bet. We just don't know which.
Right. I don't know. I mean, I think we all have the same questions about this and still have, that's a good question. Steven says, "Did anyone hear the car?" That's a good point.
Well, look what Echo said. Is that the guy's name? Echo. Here to help me. One perp was saying to the other perp, "I'll help you finish the job." That could be too.
Yeah, that was talked about a long time ago. I remember hearing that from somebody else. Echo is a good point.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like the roommate on the bottom floor would have heard the car.
Well, there was, yeah.
If she
Anybody could have heard the car, though. If it was close enough to the house, anybody could have heard it.
Right. But if she's still awake and she's texting with what's her
Bethany.
name?
Bethany.
Then she should have. If Bethany's texting with Kaylee, she should have not Kaylee. What was her name?
Dylan.
She should have heard it.
I mean, and it was also stated in there too. Didn't it say somewhere in that PCA that she stated she looked out the window after she supposedly heard that there's somebody here and didn't see somebody? That was in the PCA, right or wrong?
They say that again. I don't think that was in the PCA. Who heard it?
I remember reading that out of a document somewhere where she said that she thought she heard somebody, or Xana say maybe, that I think somebody's here, and then looked out the window and didn't see anybody. Am I wrong about that, or is that true?
Yeah, that, but I don't remember any. There's no statement of any witness hearing a car that any of the survivors that heard a car.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're okay.
Yeah, I misunderstood what you were saying.
No, nobody said anything about that at all.
Can I ask Sleuthie a question before she gets disconnected again?
You can ask anybody anything. Yes. Can you hear it, Sleuthie?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Go ahead.
Did you were you on the stream? And I think you were when I was pointing out that house was closed up. It was every door had the ability to be locked, and this person came in, and we have no damage or any accusation of any forced entry in any of the rooms into the house that the perpetrator went. And that gives me the feeling that perpetration came from within the home. They didn't come from the outside in. That to move through that house in that kind of a manner would know you'd either been so familiar with it you had the combos to their doors, or so familiar that they opened the door to let you in, or these people didn't lock their door at all, which just doesn't seem likely.
You have to remember too that there was food getting delivered at the same time. So
there was a what? A what?
There was food getting delivered at the same time.
The DoorDash, right?
Almost immediately preceding this person going in the house.
Right.
So could it be that they leave doors or a specific one door unlocked until everybody gets home, and then the last one in is supposed to unlock it behind them? Probably, but I will be very interested to hear how the DoorDash driver and
where did they deliver that bag?
Yeah, and where did they how did they not, or did they pass each other? I mean, surely they didn't pass we can't say one was walking in and the other was walking out, because then where was this person's description? But I don't know. What are the odds that someone's delivering a fucking DoorDash at the same time as someone's coming in to murder everybody? And
another observation though is, but here's an observation that you might be missing. Everybody entered from the main front door in the parking lot, because everybody returned to the house in a car, and the DoorDash arrived in a car. Therefore, it makes sense that the DoorDash was delivered to the front door, not around back to the deck.
Well,
right.
That would have been a hell of a day. Pardon?
You saw my DoorDash theory thingy, and part of it hinges on the DoorDash coming in the front door and going up maybe to the top of the steps.
I remember that. Right.
Yep. That makes sense, right? If he's familiar with the home and he's a regular deliverer to that address, that would make sense.
Well, and even then, if you're not, it wouldn't be abnormal for the kids to yell, just leave it at the top of the steps, and somebody go up and just dump it at the top of the steps and go back down and leave.
Can you request a specific DoorDash driver?
No.
Okay.
That's something we looked into. No, we looked into that.
That's what I was wondering, because if you could, it could have been somebody they knew that they trusted.
I mean, technically you could, because I had one guy that delivered my groceries. He's like, I will go shopping for you all the time. I'll give you my phone number. And I was like, no, that's creepy.
But they told her she made a DoorDash order, which is indicative of her calling DoorDash itself.
Yeah, and they just send them out random.
Right. But also, I was just wondering, because you know, you're on a college campus. There's probably a lot of college kids that do DoorDash to pick up extra dollars. So what if it was somebody they knew? They could have just said, hey, you know, if it was somebody they knew, they could have just told them to come into the house and drop it at the top of the stairs. Now, I'm not going to let some random stranger, you know,
or
well, they're kids.
Going back to what Spoothy said a long time ago too, to go up the top. If this DoorDasher was somebody that delivered to their house on a regular basis, I'm sure they got DoorDash all the time. We saw different cups and different things. That DoorDasher could be used to going to that house and walk in like they always did, because they were told in the past, leave it at the top of the steps anytime you come, because we can't hear you knocking. You know what I mean? So
I mean, hell, they could have had the code. Didn't Xana's dad say that, like, people had the code, like people were just going in and out. Everybody had the code.
Yeah.
Like, if the DoorDash is always coming, the DoorDasher might have had the code.
Right.
Yeah,
the problem with that point, though, is that the intruder came in through the sliding door, so he wouldn't have needed a code.
It's presumed, yeah.
It's based on what the accusations are in that PCA. That's exactly what they allege. Also, if then that's to suggest that other people had their bedroom door codes. I don't know how reasonable that is to presume. I would think your other roommates might have it.
It could.
But I don't think I'd give it out to anybody else.
Right. Jeff said Kaylee's sister said that she saw the last phone activity from Kaylee was just before 3 a.m. and that was when they were trying to get a hold of Jack. Xana's last sign of life was 4:12, and that was on Snapchat, I do believe. The light bulb cam hears thud at 4:17, and the car speeds away at 4:21. But I've always struggled with that, Jeff. The
421 is wrong. It's 420, not 421.
Right, and supposedly he's still in the house at 4:20, right or wrong. So how? Or no, I'm sorry. Supposedly he's already out on the road at 4:20. So how did that
out of the house and in the car, and the car is in motion?
Yeah, that's what
he's already aggressed the property and entered the vehicle and put it in gear and drove off.
Exactly.
I have always, and you all know this, I've always been of the opinion that one of the worst things that the state could have done to their case was box their timeline into this tiny space.
Right.
As opposed to considering the fact that because it just doesn't make any sense that a killer would drive their vehicle, their normal vehicle, in a neighborhood. I'm here to tell you. So, like, I built a house. I moved into a brand new neighborhood where everybody's just moved into brand new houses. Everybody has a doorbell camera, a Ring doorbell camera. And as I'm driving up the road, I can see them all. I know that they're Ring doorbell cameras.
Right.
And so when you're driving and you're looking around, or you're trying to find a party that you know that they're having or a house where you know they're having a party, you're going to observe random things like that. I would not believe if you told me that Bryankohberger was staking out the place and he didn't happen to notice that the fucking corner house had a camera on it. I'm not going to believe you. But
nope.
It always made more sense for the killer to be on foot, because they could walk in back behind the house to that other windy road that's like behind those houses, and then walk somewhere else and get in a car.
Yeah.
So,
right. I've always thought that too.
So them boxing themselves into this tiny, where they even admittedly put someone driving in their car while a crime is still occurring is insane to me. But I did want to go back to what I was trying to explain in the comments, because I felt like I was like not doing a good job. I didn't want to seem like argumentative, but then I was like trying to type everything I wanted to type, and I was running.
No, go ahead.
So like with all that stuff in the PCA and with how it works, and what I think it comes down to is the fact that it's okay, like fundamentally everywhere in every case, like you said, they can't go and investigate every single thing the police are bringing to them. That's what they are assuming they're doing their job. Like, the judge can't say, okay, well, now I have investigators that I need to go check all of this information that you're giving me to make sure that all of it's correct. So obviously that's not reasonable to happen all around the world every day. But I think even worse is, while I understand that they can't double and triple check that everything's accurate, I think the fact that it's so difficult to prove that so they can prove that the things in the PCA are inaccurate, right? Let's say they go in and they say every single thing you wrote here is inaccurate. You know, in one PCA you wrote the same goddamn thing, but in one you have them in one state, and the other you have them in the other. Which one was he at? How is there two different pieces of information for a timestamp at the same time, right? But the problem is that doesn't matter unless they can prove that, we're going to use Brett Payne as the instance here because he's the one that wrote it, unless they could prove that Brett Payne knew he was lying about those things when he wrote them and he did it anyway. So the standard for
what
we're talking about,
there's ancillary evidence to support that in his own testimony that he's given in front of the
and that may be so,
right. So when Ann is questioning him on specifics related to the travel that the person took, and when Brian supposedly left the crime scene,
right,
he's trashed himself when he admitted openly that none of the videos collected through all the people that helped, none of them can he say shows Bryankohberger in his Elantra.
Right.
So yeah, that's his problem this whole time. Was a majority of what he wrote in there was the absence of any evidence. So his conclusions were based on the absence of, so I can't, his phone was pinging, then it wasn't. So because it wasn't anymore, that means he was doing this. Because we checked these cameras and he wasn't on this path, that means he had to have taken this other path. And the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. We all know this. But when you're
however, Sleuthie, she nailed him down on all the areas that he went and checked. And she asked him how many routes south of Idaho. What is it, Pullman or Moscow? How many routes south are out of Moscow? Did you check the cameras on all of them? Yes. Did you find Bryankohberger on any of them? No.
Right.
So he's kind of in trouble.
I think her best bet.
He knew that the car going around that house, the FBI unequivocally identified as 11 to 13. Payne had to know that. He knew that right in the beginning. Yet he swapped that year, make, model car for suspect vehicle 1.
Yes. So that's right. If I were her, that would be my path. So
that's what she's doing right now, and she's doing that right now on the motions to strike. So
yeah. So
everything right.
When she says they didn't even know Bryankohberger's name until the 19th. And if you remember, a long time ago, she was very adamant about needing, and I don't know if she ever did get it, but she was very adamant about needing to know specifically what agent or whoever it was later, upon further investigation, decided that it may have gone all the way through to 2015, right? Or
well, they did clear that up.
2014 to 16. So
yeah, they cleared that up, Sleuth.
So, but who was it, and when?
The same FBI agent acknowledges that he identified both cars from different images, different video.
Well, yeah, we knew. I mean, we knew that from the PCA, and the problem with that is that the way so one path that they could take is when you wrote this in the probable cause affidavit, you did show that it was two different. So he was clear in the sense that when they made the decision that it could have been 2014 to 2016, he was looking at the Washington footage. And when he said it could be 2011 to 13, he was looking at the Moscow footage, right?
Right.
So we knew that, but the question would be, did he bring the 2011 or the Moscow and the Pullman footage to this person together at the same time and say, are both of these the same?
No, but there's emails that the FBI agent clearly denotes his identification of the car that's referred to in the PCA is an 11 to 13 Elantra. There's no ambiguity in the FBI.
Yeah.
So yet Brett Payne then converted that to suspect vehicle 1, and he always refers to a similar vehicle in the affidavit. Okay. And yet then they arrested a guy with a 14 to 16, which is identified, but not from the same video footage. It's from a camera from a different location.
Right.
That's not the crime scene. And then she also pointed out that every image they claim to have obtained that is a similar vehicle to Bryankohberger's, none of them are connected to the time of the actual crime. They're all an hour or more after.
Right.
Or before, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so that's the problem. It's all exculpatory. Everything they've put together proves he wasn't at the house.
Well, also, the path that I can see her going is you had no, and this is why I personally have thought and continue to think that it is important that they didn't know or consider anything about Bryankohberger as a suspect until December the 19th when they got that IgG back, right? The reason that that's important is because let's consider for a second that on the 19th, he's given this information, he's given this name. So now he's given the name Bryankohberger. So what does he do? He goes back and he has the expert look at footage from Pullman and find a vehicle and said, what year is this vehicle? Purposely leaving out the ones from Moscow, which were definitively said to have been 2011 to 2013. See, because if he goes to the expert and he says, is that car and that car the same car? And the expert says no, that's not good for his probable cause. It's also not good for the case, like, at all. Because if that expert says no, which I believe they would have, then you have two irrelevant cars and you have an expert admitting so, rather than being able to put in there that they appear to be the same and maybe the year that the expert gave is just a little bit off. But if they didn't get his name until the 19th, what it would appear and could be argued is that he then went back and found any little pieces of information that he could that made Bryankohberger fit the crime, rather than having found evidence that then led to Bryankohberger, because he's working backwards. He's working with a name and then he's trying to find evidence to fit the name. And while that might work to get probable cause because the standard is just so pitiful and low, for all the reasons we talked of before, you have the probable cause, you arrest him. Brett Payne's thoughts on this is, well, now that we have him in custody, we're going to get a whole bunch of evidence against him that's going to show that because he might have actually thought that this was the person.
Yep, and the Petri dish would have been the car, right? So his investigation into Kohberger, fact finding on Bryankohberger's guilt started only after he was arrested and charged.
Right.
Can you agree with that? So here's what's supposed to happen with genealogy from the FBI. And this is why it's sealed. So you're Sleuthy, Minnesota, and you're the prosecutor and you're the law there, Sleuth. And you send me a sample of DNA, and I'm going to try to generate a tip for you. And the reason we call it a tip is because this sample is going to provide us with name or names as potential suspects. And then you, as an investigative place, will narrow it down. So let's say the FBI came back with 100 names, and only 2 of them or 3 of them fit that had any connection to the area. So now there's 3 suspects. It's not to be used to charge and arrest them. It's to begin a thorough investigation on our tip. And that did not happen here.
Right. So
they used that tip. They formulated the genealogy work and then turned it into a conclusion that Brian was the killer, rather than have the evidence that somebody did it in this manner. We don't know who's in that car, but this blah 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 blah, and then come to the conclusion that those all fit. They should have swabbed his car before. They could have brought him in for questioning. He was a great suspect. Don't get me wrong. Especially with the genealogy work. He is the #1 suspect. However, that in and of itself can't convict the guy if that guy can show by your own testimony as the police, your own testimony puts him everywhere that is not that house. What alibi does this guy need if not just the cops? Right?
Yeah.
Now that makes the DNA useless. It's transfer DNA. You don't have to, as a defendant, explain how it got there.
The problem that they'll have is explaining how. So they want to just pretend like the IgG stuff never, like, we used it as a tool. It wasn't relevant. But the problem is that a lot of the other stuff that he gathered. So, finding his cell phone number, doing the trap and trace, like a lot of stuff hinged on him receiving that name. And using the fact that they were able to build a tree based off of this sample that somehow linked back to Bryankohberger. So
they went on a fact-finding mission. Fair enough?
Well, to a degree that they went on a mission to find facts that would fit his name to the crime. Versus, like, for instance, let's say that up until that point, they were adamant that this FBI agent was adamant that it was a 2011 to 2013 vehicle, only those years, that was seen in the area of the crime. Right. But then he gets Bryankohberger's name and finds out that he drives a newer model of that, and then brings him this other footage of the city that the man lives in and says, could that be, what years could this be? And they say, 2014 to 2016. And then you say, okay, well, then this person has to be the person from the footage in the other place. Disregarding the fact that, let's put it this way. In November, people want to keep bringing up November. The WSU people were looking and they found his vehicle back then. Well, I'm here to tell you, if Brett Payne knew anything about that happening back in November, like before December the 19th, if he knew anything about that happening, I can assure you that he probably looked at it and said, well, that's outside of the years that we were given. So while it is
right, but he testified that he never heard the guy's name until the 19th. So if in fact what you just said is true, then he just perjured himself.
Well,
because he never had that name when Ann Taylor asked him, when did you first come across his name? And then she gave him emails and other stuff to narrow it down. And I believe that's when he said that I forget that, but whatever date he gave, he said that's the only time he ever heard that guy's name.
I think it was the
20th. 21st, I'm thinking, but yeah, we're on the same page.
So,
the name thing was the 20th, yeah.
Yeah, 20th, 19th, there was someone in there. But so what I'm saying is he testified openly that was it. It's still what?
It's still after the IGG, so once that came back, so regardless.
Right, and look, the IGG was supposed to give you a suspect to investigate and then build a case against. And in fact, let's just say that that's exactly what we're looking at here. And then they went and did that. But then everything that they allege was part of this crime that makes this guy culpable, that DNA becomes real as part of the crime scene at the time of the crime. When all of that data is collected and it contradicts that. Right, now what? The DNA becomes at that point, now it's a mystery. Because you've proven that he was everywhere but that house. You've proven that he didn't go south of 95. Why? Because you don't have any video images of him going south 95. It's just a guess. You don't know he went out through Valenta Drive. Why? Because you have no images. So that's the point I've been making for a long time. Even though the DNA is indicative that you're a suspect, they did that to that Knox girl in Italy. Do you remember that case? She was convicted on transfer DNA as well.
I remember her. I remember the Knox case in Italy.
She was convicted, Sleuth, on transfer DNA on the knife that actually killed the girl. Yeah. And it was overturned because there was other DNA at the scene. You see? And when you compare that to even...
That's why... No, I'm just saying that's why the problem is what it takes to arrest people, because once it's done, once they've arrested you, it is then up to the jury. So it turns into where's all your evidence connecting him? Right. Where's your evidence showing that he was at the crime scene? And then it turns into, well, where's your evidence that he didn't take that path? Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence he wasn't there? And it's much harder to prove something that is not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sleuth, I always like giving the story of me not being arrested for robbing an apartment of guns. I did rob the apartment. I did steal the guns. I did sell them. I did commit this crime. They found my fingerprints on the door hinges. The door was improperly installed originally, so the hinges were outside the house. And so I pulled the hinge pins and I went in and I stole this stuff, put the door back on, put the hinge pin in, and then they came and found my fingerprints. And of course, I'm the prime suspect for the robbery, right? Well, the other fact of the crime was I was in that hallway as the maintenance man painting it for the last many days. I had a reason to be there, and I had a reason for my fingerprints to be on the hinges. You see? Now, I'm telling you the truth that I did commit. I didn't tell the cops that. I said, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. And I was never tried. I was never indicted at all because the evidence, there's strong reasonable doubt not to support their conclusion I committed the crime. So there was never any charges levied against me. And that's the basis under which all law enforcement is supposed to operate. when it comes to prosecuting an American. I know you found the kid's DNA, but after you found his DNA, if nothing else matches him being in that house, you're not supposed to prosecute the guy. Keep looking. Keep looking. Go ahead.
Unless they consider that, and see, I already knew where this was going. Like when they brought up in the PCA about how he, took this cloud-based forensics, courses, and I always believed that was a setup for, if nothing comes back on the devices, it's going to be that he was capable of removing all evidence from his devices. So,
but it wasn't his devices they were concentrating on. What about all the video? How could he couldn't manipulate all the random cameras they went and looked at?
Well, right? Here's the simple fact about the video about his car. So if we're talking about specifically just his path or whatever, I mean, is that what we're talking about?
Well, even the fact of him being around the house, everything about the video that alleges that he committed this crime, when in fact the car in the video that they have isn't his car.
There's the path. There's the route that he took supposedly. Or this is the route that Twitch thinks they're going to use. Sorry.
You got the route that Brett Payne painted? Because he was confronted about that on the stand, and he couldn't confirm that anybody drove that way connected.
Right. I don't have it. But again, still, hey, Jana, good to see you tonight. I
think Susie and I mainly agree on just about every point.
Yeah.
Where we're going, it's not a wide divide at all. It's just a difference of opinion.
What do you think about the whole route thing, Susie, and about him not even being in the state at that time? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I always thought it was kind of unbelievable to me that you would get evidence in one place, video evidence of a car being in one place, and video evidence of it being in another place, and nothing in between, and then jump to that leap and say, well, that's the path he had to have taken. We just so happened not to catch him on any other camera. But the problem is, and this is really what I'm struggling with, and I think it's because I've just come off the Richard Allen stuff, and it's really hit me kind of like how easy it is for us to just be arrested and actually convicted of things, okay?
With no evidence.
Yeah, and the fact that there's a lot of leeway. Like, cops have a lot of discretion, a lot of leeway. They can do a lot of things that are really, really hard to challenge. And while I understand that there's a reason for that, because obviously you don't want it to be so simple that everybody that's arrested can just get off, obviously. But
right.
For such a low bar to arrest somebody, the bar to prove that the arrest was not right is so high, like almost impossibly high. A judge is going to, like I said, with this whole PCA thing, the fact that a cop can arrest you and list 30 different things in an affidavit, if all 30 of those things turn out being incorrect, if you can't prove that at the time that officer wrote that information, that he knew he was lying and he wrote it anyway, rather than him, and they're never going to admit that they didn't know that it was true. They're always going to say that they believed it to be true when they wrote it.
Of course.
Nothing happens.
You don't think that he's in a pinch when it's unarguable that the car was identified to him as 11 to 13 and he ignored it? You don't think that's going to hurt him?
It should hurt him, but I think
it would tend to suggest that he ignored confirmed facts and went his own way with it, right?
Right. Yeah.
And in order to do that, let's just follow through with this for a minute. In order to do that, when you read the allegations in the PCA, they give you their opinion. They never give you a fact. There's nobody in the world that can tell you what happened to Bryankohberger's phone but Brian. So to make the opinion that that's what criminals do prior to a crime to master location is like, it's like wiping your butt with your tongue. Okay.
Oh,
it's terrible. There's no facts. There's no fact in that at all. It's all a bunch of shit. And we're supposed to just swallow that and act like cops can say anything to arrest you. And I'm saying that may be true to a point, but the checks and balances are supposed to protect you from that.
Right. And sorry, you and I have had this discussion before about the car, because I drive an Outlander, a Mitsubishi Outlander, and there are a lot of cars that look like mine. Mine's a 2018. And from, I don't know, you go back a few years, the cars still look the same, just like mine, the style. And mine is black. So there are a lot of cars that look like mine, but does it mean that it's my car? Absolutely not. You and I've had that discussion. Doesn't mean that it was my car. That does, just like it doesn't mean that it was Brian's.
Well, and this is even worse when a 30-year veteran that identifies cars, and that's what he's trained to do at the FBI.
Exactly.
Tells you what that car is. I don't know. That to me, it's hard to ignore an FBI. If you ask the guy for his opinion, and that's what he does his whole life, and he's the best in the world to do it, then I don't know how you can contradict that and just simply assign Brian's vehicle or suspect vehicle 1 to Brian, knowing that Brian doesn't own that car that you know was there. I think that's just flagrant abuse of your policing.
Abuse of power.
And to support that decision. Now, just listen. This, I think, goes to show that he knew. To support that decision, that PCA, everything is written in a particular slanted point of view with no evidence to support it, other than you have to accept Brett Payne's determination that this is how it worked. There's no evidence to say that he drove from where his phone turned off to the house and killed anybody. There's not a single drop of that. There's the innuendo of it, right? And that's what's disgusting here. You should always have a fact. Circumstantial evidence is fantastic, but it has to connect a chain. It can't be just one particular statement you have to believe because a cop made it. And that's what offends me with Mr. Kohberger's case. That just pisses me off.
Right. Sleuthy, have you ever thought, since you're here, of the possibility, there's the other route, by the way, guys, of the possibility of the secondary car? Is she still up here?
Yeah, her picture's lit up.
She's been having connection problems.
She's out there driving and enjoying.
Can you hear me? Maybe not. Okay. There she goes. She'll be back. Because that initially is what my biggest interest was. And to find a way to prove it is the thing. Can you hear me? Sleuth?
Yeah, and I like I'm pointing out about Brett Payne intentionally doing what he did or knowingly doing what he did. It's it's circumstantial, right?
Right.
But it's all evidence that he presented to us. So it isn't like we're going to refer to a document that he wasn't intimately involved with.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Right. So if you want to show that this guy did this knowingly, whether it was for malice or not, isn't even relevant. That question need not be answered. But if he knowingly subscribed this crime to a vehicle that he knew Brian wasn't in or couldn't be in, it appears to me he admits it himself through both his testimony and the way the PCA is written.
Right.
Please tell me you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, thank God. What on earth? I'm in a big city. Like, why would my phone not be working?
Well, it's probably just the some kind of sun shit or something. Who knows? It's crazy anymore.
So I did hear what you asked me. I heard you ask, but I was trying to clarify. Are you a secondary vehicle like involved in a crime, or you mean just
a secondary Elantra? Yes,
but not involved in the crime.
Well, maybe a secondary Elantra that actually was involved in the crime instead of the one that they have, which based on the years that we were given, that whole scenario.
Like I think, could that be Bryankohberger on the Pullman video? Yeah, I do. Do I also think that the car that they see in the neighborhood when the crime was said to have occurred was that of a 2011 to 2013 Elantra? Yes, I do. I think there might be another 2011 to 2013 Elantra that had the killer, if the killer was in a car. I'm telling you, you'd have a better time explaining to me that the killer left on foot than you ever will putting them inside a vehicle. Because I agree.
I've always said that I think that whoever it was went out that back door, through that back parking lot, down them stairs, and connected to that road over there. Truly, because that's the easiest way to do it.
I think so. I think so too. I've seen that route, and it would be easier for them to get out like that than it would be to go through that parking lot.
Honestly, I suspect that happened in the early or early morning hours of that particular day, well past the 4:20 a.m. mark that they're telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
I just think that there's a lot going on here, and I think that
way too many moving parts.
It was a lot of different people, like different agencies, and I think that a lot of this hinged on, once we get him in custody, there's no way that there's not going to be evidence on his devices. There's no way that there's not, you know what I mean? Like, I think that,
oh yeah,
I think they absolutely were hinging on finding him trying to communicate with them on social media, or pings putting him in the air, even the whole like prior times
stalking.
that he all of those, even those, like, they were able to say, well, he pinged within the same vicinity of the towers that would also ping from a house on that road. Well, it's like, okay, but so would one all the way at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Exactly.
They use the same tower. So
Yeah, can I say they had to have known that, Sleuthy, because by the time they got to talking about the accusation that those 12 previous trips may indicate stalking, that became clear when the prosecutor screamed that that's not true. That's not true. And that was so my point is, did Brett Payne also know that those 12 previous trips did not connect him to that crime scene? Because he had to have known that. He's the one that discovered it. He's the one that investigated it. He's the one
I think he did. I think he did, because I don't think Bill Thompson would have made that statement if he didn't know it either. That's my opinion.
So, you know how we were all like, when we found out who the lead investigator was, we were all like, huh? Like what experience would this person have to be the lead when you had all these other people around? You had the state police and you had the FBI. Why would you choose this man?
Yep.
Like, I wonder if at one point, if it were to come down to something like you fellas are asking, incompetence is not malice.
Right.
So
you guys want to boom? You want a boom or an explosion? Your heads want to explode? Well, you could support that with the statement that came right out of Brett Payne's mouth, right on the stand. I replied on a lot of outside individuals that came and gave me information, and I wrote the PCA down based on what they told me.
Yep.
Right?
Exactly.
That's what he's saying. He's throwing everyone else under the bus. So either that's true and he's an idiot, okay?
Yep. Everybody but himself.
They're patsying him off.
but that happens all the time. That's the problem with this whole concept, that as long as what they wrote in the PCA, like, people think beeping's gonna like get them further along down the road. I don't understand. But anyway, that's the problem with the standard being, as long as he believed that what he was writing was true. So if he goes in and says, I didn't do that part of the investigation, Dago did, and I believed that Dago was giving me the correct information. Well, then here you are. You can't attribute that to him maliciously putting it in there. If he's saying, well, I didn't even do that stuff, because all the time, PCAs are written that are full of facts that the affiant did not collect themselves.
Right.
You're basing everything off of the idea that every law enforcement officer that touches every evidence or every piece of evidence in every investigation is 100% competent, 100% truthful. And really, if you think about this, it's funny when she said about only such and such amount of experts listed here, like actual experts and whatnot. I was literally thinking, like, do we really understand? By we, I mean all of us, not her. But do we really understand that a lot of the times the experts that are presented at a trial by the state are cops? They're just cops.
Yep.
They're cops that took a course of
Right.
of something, and then they're testifying as an expert on cell phone data. So, for instance, Brett Payne, I've always thought that the cast stuff came in based on how he worded that PCA. I think his ass interpreted all of it.
That's my thought too. Yep.
I don't think an expert or the FBI person sat there and went through each data point with him. So,
no, I think he just claimed that so that it looked good. Truly, I think he did it by himself myself too.
Yeah. And what are the odds that he misinterpreted the data?
Well, quite high in my opinion.
Right. So, but if he misinterpreted the data and it's all wrong, that's a far cry from being competent to read the data, understand it, and then writing it wrong inside the affidavit. Do you see what I'm saying? When it comes to what the defense
you're saying that everything he put in, he's swearing to he is swearing to in his affidavit, and to the best of his knowledge, it's true. That's what they sign off to. So I understand, and that does give leeway. But there's a pattern here that keeps chasing Bryankohberger, and the information is fit into a pattern that really doesn't prove anything. That's the kind of weird thing here. I mean, we'll see how this all goes with the suppression hearings. But remember, I think the PCA proceeded, and the work in the PCA proceeded, had to have started before they had his name, or no?
No, what's in the PCA? Like, well, okay, aside from the footage of the Elantra in the neighborhood, that I think preceded the PCA for sure. But I don't think he got that footage from Pullman until after he got the name.
I agree with you on that too.
Yeah, he didn't get it's not like he did a tower dump because he wasn't in the tower dump. So it's not like he did a tower dump and got his number before he knew his name and, noticed that he was there. So all that shit came after he had a name.
Right. And yes, these out of 25 experts, only 5 reports were submitted and no DNA expert, huh? See, that's what I'm saying. Things like that. That is what has us all going, what are you doing? Okay.
Well, I mean, what would the DNA expert do for the prosecution? Whoever, someone that actually tested and made that conclusion should be part of his presentation, right? Would that be the expert?
Well, an ISP lab person is likely who will say, I got this sample from police that was said to be a profile that was developed off of a knife sheath. And then I got this bugle swab from Bryankohberger after his arrest, and I compared them. And this is, however many, the odds, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
So in the point of him saying they don't list any experts, wouldn't their expert just be a witness they already have from the lab? Would they need an additional expert? So my point is
they wouldn't need one. No.
Yeah. So there isn't one listed for the state shouldn't be that surprising.
And Twiz just said you can't use DNA without an expert. That's why 99% of people say that he's guilty. That's a good point. It is. If you go back and what we just showed on the screen a few minutes ago, that's a good point. That's why there's so many mistakes with this. And I truly do think that Payne was absolutely in over his head. 100% in over his head. I don't believe he's ever dealt with anything like this in his life.
No, he got that name and he went full steam ahead to gather every bit of information he could possibly find that might say that Bryankohberger did it, because he thought that since he got this name that it had to have been accurate, like that there's no other person in the world it could be if they're telling me this is the name they got based off the tree.
And think about how, I'm trying to think of the right word to use here. Think about how important it was for him to solve this case. Okay. How important it was for him to get a suspect in custody and solve this, to give him the aura of what he needed to present himself as the detective that he was. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well, I think it was important more than just him, because kids weren't coming back to school. As they shouldn't have.
Yeah, I said that earlier. The whole town needed this to be solved. There was pressure on the police because of that. Because parents weren't sending their kids back until they had somebody in custody, period.
Yep.
And that, in turn, was taking money from the town, and the college, folks. If that college shuts down, that town's dead. End of story. And there's no money at the college. There's no money in the town. Everything.
Well, they also were closing the deal to buy the University of Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they did do that too.
Was it Phoenix? It was another online university. I don't know who it was, but I'm guessing Phoenix.
It was Phoenix.
That was a big deal. That was happening during that time.
There was a lot of little things going on in the background on this too. So pressure.
No, they're in trouble too. They're screwed because of the other 3 DNA samples they never tested. That's not going to bode well for the prosecution. That's a problem in and of itself.
Well, and depending where it is and what kind of DNA, but still yet, I think that it's going to be an issue. If it's anywhere within, say, 10 feet of the victims.
Oh, it's going to be.
They said that it was in the same vicinity as the victims.
It was said it was found in the house. In the
vicinity of the victims. That's what I remember.
Right.
It was male DNA, and there wasn't enough of it for him to process.
But you got to be reasonable too. You wouldn't swab the basement and then find DNA and send it for testing. You would actually look for something that's pertinent to the crime scene. All other DNA. If you match another sample of DNA that matches the crime scene, so like if you were to find more of that trace DNA from Kohberger, if that in fact is his, in 4 or 5 other places, then that's
they
awesome.
would never talk about it.
Now you got a guy down and out. But when you got one trace DNA and 3 or 4 other samples that are unidentified men, all DNA cases that are touch DNA, that's how they get overturned.
Right. And
that's
yes,
the main reason.
In close proximity to the victims, exact words. Thank you, Tomboy. And it was male DNA. And like Sarge just said, if it was not close to them, we'd have never heard about it. If it was in another room of the house or on the outside or something, we'd have never got that. But it was right then in that realm of area. So yeah, that's why we got that. You
could have swabbed the sliding glass door and found all kinds of DNA on it.
Well, there was 100
people in and out of there, right? I know. I'm just saying. So that's what I mean. When they claim they've got 3 or 4 other samples of DNA, trust in common sense. It has to be directly related to the victim's location, not just within the house. As people,
that's why we heard about it. There was 100 people there the night before that. It could have belonged to any one of them. So
yeah, that's what I was fixing to ask. Wasn't there just a party the night before?
Yep, the night before.
Even if there wasn't, there's enough video footage out there to show that there's been so many people in that house when the cops approached. I mean, so it's a given that there's hundreds of DNA in that house.
Right, because the cops were called to that place often, weren't they, because of the parties?
I don't know how many body cam videos we watched of that, but there's a lot. Yeah.
So it's crazy. So that's what I mean. That other DNA is a big problem when you have a transfer DNA case. And there's a big problem here, mainly because the other circumstantial evidence does not place them at that house at that time. Meaning now the DNA, as much as a problem as people want to see it as, it can't tell you when it showed up. It can't tell you how long it's been there or even how it got there. It can be deposited by another living human being carrying your touch DNA on them. So that's the problem with just convicting on a transfer DNA. That's what they did to Amanda Knox. Right. So if they have those other 3 DNAs are in any of the bedrooms, right? And you can't identify them, that kind of negates the evidence that it's Bryankohberger.
Yeah.
You have not exhausted all your avenues of investigation. You can't exclude them just because you didn't take the time to identify them. You took the time to collect it, right?
Right. Don't get me wrong, guys. I've sat and thought about this. Why haven't they brought anybody else? Why did they never speak on anybody else, bring anybody else in, look at anybody else that we heard about? They could have, but that we heard about.
Why insist it was only one person? Let's even start with something as simple as that.
Yeah.
Why is it these other 3 DNAs that were, how were they not, could they have been done doing this with Brian?
Yeah. Yeah.
You would think for just stupid reasons, common sense reasons, you would have that stuff tested and not say it costs too much to do.
Well, no, the problem was there wasn't enough to be able to test it, but there was enough to find out.
No, I don't think that they said that. They didn't clarify that at all.
That's what I thought I remember them saying. I might be wrong.
What I remember being said is that when she's demanded the results of all the DNA samples that they claim to have collected, and then his response was, "We gave you everything back from the lab that they tested,
and we can't give you something we don't have."
Yes, and so that says that he didn't send. In my interpretation of that statement, it seems easy. I sent one DNA sample, and this was the results, and it's Bryankohberger's, and you got it. Next.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me bring up the mess in Pennsylvania then, where they found him, sorting through his trash at freaking 2
Separating
o'clock in the morning.
separating recyclables from garbage, maybe. Yeah, go ahead.
And it wound up in the neighbor's trash or some crap. Was that?
Yeah, he was putting it in his neighbor's trash, supposedly.
125 likes.
Yes.
At 2 in the morning. I mean,
that is strange. It is strange.
That's a strange thing to do because I don't ever go in there and sort my trash at 2 a.m. I don't sort my trash. I have a trash can for recyclables and I have a trash can for regular trash.
I just to mention, I was bringing out my cardboard recyclers yesterday at I think 1 a.m.
I think Bryankohberger knew
the day before.
I think Bryankohberger knew that they were watching him. I think he knew when they stopped him in Indiana that they were watching him. Okay. Now, is that pointing to guilt by doing that, or is that trying to keep them away from you? I don't know. Okay.
I'm not I'm not saying that points to guilt by any way. I just say that points to him. Okay, since Sarge did it, I don't know how to say. No, we've taken our recyclables out late. Don't get me wrong, because we have a bin that we have to roll down to the street so they can pick up our recyclables.
Right. Now hold on, Kimber, with what you're saying. I did remember that. Heather's right. A recent document says now that he was washing dishes. So how does that change from the last situation to this now, guys? Answer that question.
Yeah, how did it change from him sorting trash to... Now, if he was washing dishes at 2 a.m., I've cleaned my entire kitchen and done some other stuff at 2 a.m. That's not strange at all.
Well, the kid's a night owl. We can establish based on their tracking of his phone for those 12 previous trips that's
his alibi. That's his alibi. He used to go night driving.
I mean, the guy's not. He's going home and doing the same thing there essentially as he was doing when he was in Washington. He's up late.
I'm a night owl, but I mean, I don't, like I said, I have 2 separate bins, but in my house, my trash can has got 2 separate bins in it. But sorting if I didn't, sorting that would be something strange if I did that at 2 a.m.
Well,
taking it down to the corners, or to the end of the street.
As a single guy, I've done it numerous times, and I never really thought about it at this moment because I've probably been doing it like that for years, but I just know for a fact 1 o'clock in the morning, just the other day, I was collapsing boxes to put in the recycle bin. At 1
so
in the
you're
morning,
you're a night owl too. So you're just like, I see what you're saying, Sarge. You're like, I'll just go down and crush them boxes and take them down to the curb.
Right. Twiz, what I was saying by that though is you're right. If he wasn't in Moscow, he'd have no reason to think he's a suspect until they announced that they were looking for a white Elantra. That's where I would think that he may think they were watching him because he has that car. That's all I reason why I said that.
I guess the thing that really was the most strange is why was he putting it in his neighbor's trash?
Of course. And it could have been something he did when he lived at the school, because he didn't want to pay the garbage bill.
Is that a true statement?
I don't know. See, we don't know if that's a true statement or not because there have been some false statements. So we don't know if it's a true statement or not.
Right.
Yeah. Because there's been a lot of stuff added by people that want to, no matter what you say, the kid's guilty.
Well, it's just like that other statement.
They've turned a lot of situations into things they're not. Maybe it was the washing the dishes. Maybe I don't know. That's what I mean. They'll say.
We also heard in the beginning that he supposedly said, "I can't have you arrested anybody else," and that was never anything said. So
right.
There's a lot of that kind of shit out there. You know what I mean?
There's a ton of that out there. People latch onto it. They will not hear that it's fake. They'll just keep using it and it's the way people disseminate information. I don't know.
That's
true. Heather did say that court docs say he was washing dishes. So that's
a new document they put out.
If that's a new document, that makes more sense.
Well, that's it was the news media that started that statement, just so you know.
Yep.
Okay. No, I don't trust media.
MSM has been the biggest problem in this case, in my opinion. They blackballed him from the very beginning, and they ran with propaganda nonstop till the whole world thought the guy was guilty without even having a chance to go through a trial at this point yet. Okay. So he's been proven guilty in the court of opinion, public opinion.
Yes.
It's our cancel culture. They do that through your entire legal system, and it's spilled over into everyday society.
Right. And no,
You accuse
No, Mark.
somebody of something, and all of a sudden they're condemned for the rest of their life.
Right. Nobody else has been arrested, Mark and Betty. Nobody.
Yeah.
So the only statement that he made that was clarified by his attorney in PA was, I cannot wait to be exonerated for this. That's all he ever said. And his attorney did clarify that. So that's that. The statement about anybody else being arrested was never talked about. None of that. So I don't know where that even came from.
Look at Echo. Echo, you're a trip.
Oh, if
See
he
what
was
Echo said?
separating a leafy green substance into baggies, that makes a
He
lot of
could have
sense.
been. He could have been.
Yeah.
Separating his weed.
But he
And
was
then-
separate. But see, if he was separating a leafy green substance into baggies, he wasn't separating his recyclables and
No,
putting it
that's
into his
it.
neighbor's trash.
And hold on a
That's
minute. Hold on.
That's
If
his
he was
delivery
doing-
system. The garbage men are his clients.
Or no, listen
Right.
though, if he was doing that though, that's funny though, because if he was doing that and he was getting rid of the stems and shit, of course he could throw them in the neighbor's garbage so his parents don't see or smell it. Think about that. You know what I mean? That's something that could be possible, in my opinion.
Baywatcher, it's been confirmed that wasn't ever something he said. There's no evidence that he ever said that statement. Baywatcher.
Yeah, they debunked that Baywatch a long time ago. The only thing that they did prove though, and that's why I try to go with factual information, was that his attorney said, yes, he did say, my client said he cannot wait to be exonerated for this. That other statement was debunked. So we all believed it from the very beginning because media put it out right away. That's
Right.
what we believed. You know what I mean? So until it came out that it was never stated.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy amount of disinformation, and it comes from everybody theorizing guilt or innocence rather than just look at the data in front of you and put it together. Does it make sense? Did the police did they give us enough data to say this kid, there's very little doubt that he didn't do it. He had to have done this. Is their case set up like that, or is their case questionable? And I find everything that they did personally
Very questionable.
I wouldn't want someone I know to be alleged to, based on what they say he did and how he did it. I
Right.
just think it's a tragedy.
Right. Absolutely.
What happened to Sleuth?
She was having connection problems. She probably bounced. I'm gonna have to bring it to a close anyway. We've been here 4 hours, and but we're gonna do this again because there's a lot of new documents that have come out that I definitely want to talk about. There's a lot of new stuff like that statement right there about the dishwashing thing. We were never told that. We were told something completely different.
That's why I ask about it, because it's not been. I haven't heard it brought up in a while, and
Right.
it was said that he was sorting his trash, his trash at 2 a.m. and putting it in his neighbor's garbage.
Exactly. And even though we all looked at that and went, that is a little shady,
Yeah.
but at the same time,
Mitch Girl says there's also nothing that states that Bryankohberger was cleaning his car.
That there's a lot of new stuff that's come out recently, and I want to have a few more of these because there's a lot to talk about. And I really appreciate Sarge, you joining us and having that conversation about the car, because it's something that's been bugging me for months upon a year, over a
Yeah, I'm
year.
glad you brought me in. It's been the last couple of days I've been kind of Kohberger in it. So
Oh yeah. And you're welcome back anytime to do this again. When we do it again, I'll let you know it's coming down the road because
all right, cool.
there's new stuff, and I want to go over those documents. There's so many of them, guys. I can't do it one night anyway. But yeah,
All right.
it's been a great conversation, Sarge. I appreciate you for joining us, and I will get a hold of you, sir.
Excellent. Kimber, it was good talking to you too.
It was good talking to you too. Hey, me just brought up a good statement. If they watched him take out the trash, sort the trash, why didn't they take that?
Why didn't they arrest him then? Yeah, why didn't they arrest him then? They just smashed his windows in.
Exactly.
Thanks for having me on here. Good seeing you, Kimber.
Good to see you too, Sarge.
Have a good night, Sarge. I'll talk to you soon,
Have a
bro.
good night, Sarge. If they watched him take out the trash, if they say he sorted it, they know that he put it in the neighbor's trash. Well, when they have got that, because once it hits that trash can, it's public. They don't have to have a warrant or anything. They can grab it right then. It's
right.
public.
And I'm telling you, they were on him for a while. The Indiana stops were definitely them with him. All of it, in my opinion, is bullshit. Right. Why didn't they stop when they stopped him on the road? The 2 Indiana stops. Why didn't they arrest him then? No answer. Because that's what I'm saying. Because I'm telling you, those were set that way on purpose. Anybody can tell me what they want. I don't believe it. So, Heather says that Ellie put cameras on BK's parents' property on the 25th of December of 22. How about that? See, I'm just saying.
So that's how they knew that he was sorting his trash at 2 a.m. and put it in. But why didn't they go over to that neighbor's house? And if they knew that, then they would have been on all over that.
Right.
They would have got that trash.
Right. Exactly. Like I said, we're going to do this again here soon because there's so much more to talk about with the new documents that have dropped and to sort them out. And I loved seeing everybody in here, guys. I'd love seeing you guys more often. Twiz, I really appreciate your input on this and everybody else that had in. You guys were very interactive with this tonight, and I love it. I miss these conversations. You guys are great.
And Walt, it is sad that 4 young people got unalived. It is truly
the worst
sad.
part. That is the worst.
That is the worst part. That is the worst part.
That's one thing that does not ever need to be forgotten. That those 4 kids lost their life for no reason whatsoever. No matter whether Brian did it, didn't do it, or whoever did do it, that is the worst part of this whole situation.
Yes.
That's why there needs to be real justice. That's why they need to make sure they have the right person that did this. End of story. So.
Yes, because if they don't have the right person that did this, it could happen again.
Of course. And you're going to kill. This is a death penalty case, folks. This is not just 20 years in prison. This is a death penalty case. You're going to take someone's life. And if they didn't do it, what's that? Okay. So I'm guessing the 23rd, there's that another hearing, Twiz. Is that the oh shit. Which hearing is that? I have these written on my calendar and I can't see it right now. Is that the next hearing, Twizzle? And that's true too, Michi girl. They let him run for weeks, then raid his residence like he's been lot. Right. I mean, they really did. Kicked in the windows and doors and everything when all they had to do was knock. And they haven't, JC. They haven't looked at anybody else. If they have not put it out to the public. That's strange to me.
Because they're not going to look at anybody else, Dago, because they are so convinced that they have the right person. Because what they did is exactly what Sarge said they did. They instead of trying to build a case and then arresting him, they arrested him and built the case around him. And then built the case around him.
Yes, ma'am. You're right.
They've done everything to
and that's
they arrested him and they've done everything to fit a narrative that he did it.
Right. And I don't know if you guys heard what I said. I pointed it out to you guys on purpose. The one document I read that's newer. Okay. Heather says it right here. It says alternate suspects. That's never been stated in any of the documents I've ever seen until tonight. That's why we're going to come back and go through these documents. There's shit in there that was never stated before. The dishes, that. Why are they talking about alternate suspects if they have the right guy?
Yeah,
I'll wait.
Yeah, I'll wait too, because if they're so certain they have the right guy, they shouldn't say anything about alternate suspects.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. And Chief Fry and everyone that was with that said, there's one person involved and we have the right guy. Those were their words. Just saying. Anyway, Kimber, thank you so much for joining me. I hope you can join me next time we do this again. I love these conversations when they're the way they're supposed to be.
When are you going to do it again, Dago?
Coming up here probably a couple days.
Okay.
Literally. I'll put it up just like I do. And Massive said it in a hearing, though. Okay, there you go. That's all it needs to be said. So, everybody in here, I'd appreciate to see you guys when we do this again, because there's so much more to talk about. And everybody, like I said, was very interactive. We really appreciate it. It was a great show, great conversation. Thank you, Ro. I appreciate that very much. And you all participated, so you made it that way. Thank you, everybody, for joining me up here tonight. Sarge, Kimber, Sleuthy, Steven. I think that's all we. Mama Bear, of course. So you guys have a great rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. Y'all are the beautiful people, and I will see you guys very, very soon.
Have a good night, Dago.
You too, hon.
Bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hopping down the the shadows, bringing wrongs to right. Digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings.